often live over 1 hour away from the closest bank. Many do not know how to read nor write, but they can now not only receive their payments for the milk that they sell to us by mobile wallet, but they can also use that same phone to apply for a loan without leaving their house and without collateral. They receive the money then within 48 hours and with a decent interest rate of just 15%. This way of working drives financial inclusion, and more importantly, our small farmers do not have to go to the loan sharks that often were asking 50 or even 16% interest. So you can see that these technologies are not just a new way of working, they are changing paradigms, they are changing lives. So while change is certain, the question remains, how are we all going to behave in the face of all of this change? And both OICCI and the ACCA members are known to be strong champions of public value, promoting ethical businesses and growing economies. And sessions like these today reflect the ACCA's commitment to knowledge sharing and capacity building. Whether it is through e-commerce, e-payment, or blockchain, the all-persuasive nature of fintech means that professional accountants are at the forefront of leading change as never before. And through this, we'll see professional accountants have an even bigger influence on the economy in its ability to succeed and thrive. Economies with larger proportions of tech-savvy individuals, those who have grown up with technology, have an inbuilt advantage. And here in Pakistan, with a young population, 55% under the age of 24, that demographic mix creates a huge potential for the future. An already pool of ambitious, digitally savvy young people ready and able to take Pakistan even further forward. So in closing, I would like to again congratulate ACCA on this initiative of sharing knowledge with the audience present. Let today's forum be a breeding ground for ideas and insights which will shape our future. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Bruno. And while we were talking about change, it's also notable to know that ACCA has been embracing change for a really, really long time. We just recently revamped the qualification structure. We have introduced the EPSM. We have introduced the strategic business leader, preparing the future professional accountants who are technologically ready, and they have these leadership skills that you were talking about so eloquently in your speech. We are making professional accountants who are actually ready, all on those terms. So thank you so much, Bruno. If I could request Ayla Majid, the International Council member of ACCA, to please come up to give a memento to our chief guest, and also Asad Hamid Khan, the head of markets for ACCA. If you both can come up, and we'll give the memento to Bruno. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I assure you that there is lunch towards the end. Thank you so much. Thank you, Asad, Ayla, and Bruno. Thank you. There is a very interesting story with the branding that you see across the room. So Sajid in the morning spoke about ACCA's professional insights, and whilst we touched base on the BRI project that ACCA has, the Belt and Road Initiative project that ACCA has, and our presence in the 22 out of the 65 countries. It also gives, for knowledge sharing, I would like to tell you that ACCA develops more than 140 research papers which are available for access and for your capacity building and knowledge sharing, and it's available on the ACCA website. And we're super proud of it because these are cutting edge, state of the art. Whatever we are discussing right now today, there is a professional insight and a research paper in the background. So it will give all the ACCA members, especially who are here, it's a very good read. Do give it a thought. There is a one-pager in your packs, like Sajid mentioned, which is just a 5-minute summary, a quick summary of the work that ACCA has been doing. We're very honored that ACCA Pakistan has also developed a Pakistan standalone report on CPEC, which is what we will be discussing towards the later panel discussion for today. I will officially now commence with the first panel discussion, and it's going to be an immense discussion and a conversation that we'll have. I'll also encourage our webinar attendees to also please be interactive with us. We have our dedicated ACCA member sitting right there who will be taking any questions that you have. The race for relevance, ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about how can we stay relevant, how can we embrace the change, and this is what we will be discussing for the next hour or so. The race for relevance for the social world, the mobile world, cloud, and AI. We'll be discussing all the talent needs that are there and where we should be looking towards increasing your capacity. The keynote speaker and the guest of honor, it gives me immense pleasure to call Hasnan Sheikh, the chairman and CEO of Innovate Limited, Pakistan.
Working now. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's my great privilege to be here today amongst many esteemed speakers. I'd like to thank the ACCA and especially my dear friend Sajid Aslam. Good morning, Sajid. I want to be very upfront and candid. I like to speak extemporaneously, but I'm well prepared when I do that. So I'm not prepared at all this morning because on my calendar, this was showing up for tomorrow and I got a panic call from Sajid in the morning that you're not here yet. So bear with me while we go through this session. Obviously, this area is something that I've been working in for the last 15 years. My name, as was mentioned, is Hasnan. I belong to Innovate Limited, which is Pakistan's leading fintech over the last 15 years. So a lot of the stuff that we're talking about today is very relevant for my topic today, which is social, mobile, cloud, and AI, and the needs really for change within corporate Pakistan and an emerging Pakistan. So just a couple of snippets before I begin. So do I have 15 minutes or 10? You'll be flexible, okay. Because I could be up here all day if I'm not reined in. So a couple of things that I picked up from Bruno's session before mine. So 55% of our population is 24 or under 24 today. Key stat for whatever I'm going to be discussing today, because this forms the bulk of our millennial market, right? Couple more stats. We have approximately 4 million people joining the workforce every single year. 4 million people. Just think about that for a second. According to Bloomberg, you know, there's a lot of bad press about Pakistan, and emerging Pakistan especially gets shrouded in that sort of mist with the FATF listing and so on and so forth. But there's a lot to look forward to in Pakistan, and some of the bright snippets that you read, which Bloomberg put out about Pakistan starting last quarter of last calendar year, was the fact that Pakistan is the fastest growing retail market in the world, growing at approximately 8.2% a year. What does that mean? It means, and according to that article, you have 135 million millennials driving this sort of growth. That growth, obviously, when you talk about consumption overall in an economy, that will transcend across all sectors. So everyone sitting in this room should see a benefit, and that is why our GDP is projected to grow at 5+%, or maybe 7+%, regarding which camp you fall in today, or which political camp you fall in. But one thing is for sure, that we are growing, and that's a great positive. We have approximately 50 million people who are on the internet today. So bear with me while I'm building the blocks for the discussion today. If our 3G and 4G had come around the time it had come in India, we would be sitting approximately at 100 million people today. We would have many, many more billion-dollar unicorns. We really have none, so to speak of today, but I know that there is a lot of talent and a lot of companies who will get there, inshallah. And Pakistan obviously is a country to some very smart people. Out of those 50 million people who are actively on the internet today, from a show of audience in terms of the percentage who are on social media, any guesses to what percent of those 50 million people are on social media? Anyone with a mic, or anyone would want to take that?
We have a mic, so any guesses?
Not you, Togral, because I know you'll know the answer to that. But anyone else? More. Close to 90% of your people are on, of internet-enabled people are on the internet. Have you not noticed that the way to disrupt and get your domestic staff to work at home is to change the Wi-Fi password? I mean, they will suddenly, that alters behavior, like, I don't know what the other equivalent was, maybe a decade ago even, or 5 years ago, but that will certainly get them to, start pushing in the right direction. The case in point is that social media is not only changing behavior, and obviously everyone is very familiar with Facebook these days because of Cambridge Analytica and all of the bad press that social media is getting. But there are positives too, because it allows you to aggregate and assimilate so much data on consumer behavior, some of which may not be ethically relevant to use, but it does allow you to, quantify. Then social, right? One more. It's not just these millennials who are guilty of that. All of you, the people in this room, are also as guilty, because that's just the way it is. That is the way our social fabric is changing today. And as you look around, this is a big change in consumer behavior. As you look around a room, you will see at settings outside of the office, everyone is glued to their device, and that has terrible implications, I think, for how we interact with other people, but fantastic implications for anything that is tech driven or that is data driven, which is where I'm getting to. Before I move on, 80% of people between the age of 15 and 18, 80% within 5 minutes of getting up in South Asia, 80% of people hit a Facebook property within 5 minutes of getting up. So that's Instagram, WhatsApp, or Facebook. Pretty much everything that everyone uses here. So the amount of data that is actually being amalgamated from this behavior. So number one, being on mobile lets you assimilate data at an unprecedented level from location and offline. I'll share with you and can show you what kind of data Apple and Google has on you. So if you're using an Android phone, Google knows exactly where you've gone, how you've traveled, everything, even if your phone is on flight mode. It's mind-boggling. So there is this large quantum of data that exists there. But what is happening is, because of the mobile, because everyone has it, and because of social media, there is a quantum of data that is no longer manageable by traditional methods, or as most corporations, banking institutions knew it before. And this data is massive in amounts. So basically, one of the articles that was going around yesterday was on not someone who is a super user of Facebook, but someone who decided to follow the delete Facebook, which is being propagated by a lot of people, from Elon Musk to the ex-co-founder of WhatsApp, which was bought by Facebook for $20 billion US dollars. They're on this delete Facebook sort of I'm not going to say witch hunt, but drive, and they are right in some of their sort of assertions as to the privacy of data. But the key point really in that is that data that is being accumulated today can be used, and the amount that can be used. So sorry, to close my point, when they deleted Facebook, they decided to download all the data that Facebook had on them. So this was a file which was almost 1 gigabyte, which had their entire history for the last 7-8 years. Who they texted, when they texted, who they called, their location history, the works. So the quantum of data is so large that it can't be handled in traditional data centers anymore. And that is why you have the concept of the cloud. The cloud, for people, it used to be a scary term a few years ago, is nothing more than a very, very large sort of data center which has the capability to grow exponentially and seamlessly. So that's all the cloud is. And obviously, inside of the cloud, you have these large sets of data, but the underlying asset that everyone is going to need over the next few years is actually the data. So again, something I'm going to take a note from what Bruno has said earlier. Pakistan is absolutely ready for the quantum leap. And we will be growing by quantum leaps in a lot of different areas, maybe not in traditional sort of industrial growth, but you will see quantum growth in a lot of different sectors. So as you build this pillar and as you build this new emerging Pakistan, the core that we are talking about today really, and what we have to gear up for, and what I'm here to talk about, is your underlying asset, which is data. So data being your underlying asset is really what needs to be protected, what needs to be sort of harvested, and what needs to be grown. So whether you are an accountant, or whether you are a data analytics person, or whether you are in the operations team of a company, or whether you're in the product management team of an organization, regardless of where you belong in an organization today, the value of that data is going to grow exponentially over the next few years. But the important question is that what do you do with that data? How do you first get that data? And secondly, what do you do with that data? And then how do you use that data to predict really what is going to be coming for your industry, for your organization, for your division, for your department, for your group, for you as a person? What is going to be relevant for you depending upon where you fall in that spectrum? So these data structures get basically collected in these data warehouses, and it is going to become increasingly difficult for organizations to do it themselves. And so what they do is they put it in these large data centers, or in the cloud really, which manages all of this data for you. So there are some great examples of cloud infrastructures. Obviously, The common and the leading ones, especially in Pakistan, that people know about are Amazon Web Services, which is I believe, the global leader. And then you have Microsoft Azure, and you have a number of other platforms. All of the large, big tech companies from SAP to Oracle, they're all running and managing their own clouds because that is where the future resides. So as we grow as a nation with large amounts of data, what does this translate into for the workforce and really the talent needs that I was here to speak about? So one of the things that I've been noticing, because running a fintech, I keep claiming and I keep telling my organization that in 5 years, I no longer want to be known as a fintech anymore. I want to be known as a data company. So I've started that 5-year period, but that is really the value of that data that we have that's out there. So taking this data, obviously, and making meaningful sense out of, if you have an Excel sheet, you will find a lot of people who can make meaningful sense out of that data. But the quantums of data that we are talking about cannot be managed by people anymore. Yes, the people will help write the algorithms that will help you make meaningful sense of that data, but you will not be able to do this physically anymore. The quantum is just too large. So that leads to machine learning and artificial intelligence, where machines ultimately get smarter. Please do not ask me how these machines, what the core function of machine learning is, because frankly, I don't understand it, how machines are getting smarter. There are so many examples of Google setting up machines to defeat games, to the Google Translate runs off of stuff which it's running out in the Wild West. They don't know how it's getting smarter. I don't know if you used Google Translate a couple of years ago and if you've used it today. I mean, just the change and in the accuracy is quite phenomenal. But all of this data ultimately needs to be made sense of by professionals, regardless of where you fall. So that requires a requisite change, and that is really, I think, the boon for Pakistan over the next few years. Time's up. Whoa. That is the boon for Pakistan. So making sense of that data and having the right people to do so. So in closing, what it's going to require for Pakistan, number one is a change in curriculum, not at the university level, before the university level. So I'm talking as early as 8th grade. You need to start making that change. You need to start molding how these young kids and millennials think in a process-oriented way. Number two, the increase of data science majors and curricula at a bachelor's level, at a master's level, at a doctorate level within Pakistan. We have plenty of smart people in this country. And finally, that needs to transcend into the workforce. So you are going to need specialized departments. So you have like an operations department, you have a marketing department, you have different types of divisions. You will need a data division. And if you're not already thinking about it, you're late, but you will need a data division to make sense of all of the data that you accumulate and how that relates not just to in terms of forensic capability, in terms of assessing where you've been, but in terms of predictive capability, where this is really going to take off for the future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope, and I'll be happy to take questions later and offline. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hassan. That was truly enlightening. And when the buzzer went, time's up, I was just thinking that the time is now. For Pakistan, I think what you have spoken about is that we need to start early as a country. So, go on to the grassroots, speak to junior leaders who are going to be the future of Pakistan. We want to have more inclusion on data sciences and more topics and more major areas as part of the curriculum is concerned for universities. And we want to have these skills also developed for the workforce, both for the workforce and also for the individuals who want to set up their own enterprises. Thank you so much, Hasnan sir. If I could request you to please stay on the stage, and we will give a memento to our keynote speaker and guest of honor. If I could request Sajid Aslam to please come up, and Amir Alauddin Saab, if you could please join us, our senior member. If Amir Alauddin Saab can please come up, and we'll give a memento to Hasnan Saab. Amir Alauddin Saab is also the Members Network Panel Chair for ACCA Pakistan. We have not had the discussion on a very gloomy note, so you can give Hasnan Saab a huge round of applause. I think you have triggered the light bulb in all of our brains, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sajid. Thank you, Amir Saab. I would now like to commence with the panel discussion, and I'm calling the respected panel in no particular order. We'll start off with the moderator, who's going to man the next panel discussion. Haroon Jan, the Regional Head of Member Affairs and Advocacy for the Manasa Region, ACCA. Haroon, thank you so much. Take the first chair, please. Mr. Johnson Gale, the Regional Director, Abacus Consulting. Mr. Zishan Afzal, the Global CEO, SAF President, Tech Pakistan, Chairman and Chief Visionary, Stationery X. Director, Sadakat Group, MD, C100 Think Tank. Thank you so much, Zishan Saab, for coming here. Mr. Sajjad Sayed, the CEO of Excellence Delivered. Thank you so much, Sajjad Saab. EXD Delivered is our ACCS partner for data sciences workshops and capacity building. Syed Saiful Islam, the Head of Finance and Control, Nestle Pakistan Limited. Mr. Tughral A.T. Ali, the Business Head, Branchless Banking for Finca. That's your respected panel. I would encourage all of our face-to-face audience and also the webinar audience to take and ask as much questions as you can towards the end. Over to you, Haroon.
Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I think the scene has been set for us very nicely. And thank you very much for that, Hasnan. You've indeed set the tone very nicely. I'll just highlight a few things from what was discussed earlier. And I'll just pick up on some information that is available in ACCA's Professional Insight research on race for relevance. So, ladies and gentlemen, the technological changes in the world of business are imminent. They're going to happen anyways. One of the contributors to this research report said a very wise thing, and I picked it up and I would like to mention it here. Adopting technology, there are quite a few chances of failure. But the fear of failure should not be holding organizations back from adoption. It should in fact be fail fast and move on. So not adopting technology is not an option. Number two, we will certainly be looking at the technological changes from the lens of finance professionals as well. So the data, the information available in the organization, finance professionals can make most meaningful use of it, and therefore If a CFO of today's organization is not technology savvy, this individual will be marginalized on the board of the companies in the time to come. So it is not a matter of survival at the moment. It's a matter of thriving, with that amount of information at hand. So that is what the CFOs of the modern world will have to come forward and do. Another important point is that data cannot be held in silos. So very soon organizations will have to come up with their policies on who should get access to what data. Right? And data cannot just be put in a silo for a very few people to access it. Hasnan very rightly mentioned that cyber cloud, cyberspace has always been a scary phenomenon for individuals. But I think that time is gone. Right? Now organizations must be prepared for cyber attacks, must be prepared to recover from cyber attacks. Cyber attacks are definitely going to come. If people feel that they can avoid a cyber attack for the rest of their lives, that's impossible. So they need to be prepared to take it on. I think with these quotes, I will set the discussion out. Let's begin with our first panelist. And that's Johnson Gill. Johnson, if I can begin with you.
Sure.
Johnson is the director of an outsourcing business of Abacus. One of the biggest outsourcing businesses in Pakistan with about 1,800 people.
Yes, right.
And they've recently started a startup, a very interesting one, by the name Entilayer.
Yes.
And which is a customer experience management solution currently being offered in the UK and US. So I begin with you. Johnson, how do you see these changes affecting your business as a director of the business? Right? And what typical areas of your business do you feel should be maximizing on the opportunities?
Right. Let me first set the stage of how business is changing globally. So previously we had a race of countries getting to $1 trillion economy, right? That was the race. We are at about $300 billion as Pakistan. Our economy size is about 300 billion, and everybody's trying to get to $1 trillion race. Now that's not the race. Now companies are getting into that race. If you look at Walmart, for example, it's valued at their annual revenue is about 480 billion. So much more than actually our country. And now you got Apple and Google and Alibaba and others trying to get to $1 trillion race. So this is first thing which is changing now. Companies getting into race of being a $1 trillion. Also, if you look at social media, how that has changed, how we interact with each other, which is a big change. Walmart, although being one of the biggest company, Alibaba is challenging it. Google is challenging it. Others are challenging it. In fact, I was reading a report recently that people used to buy consumer goods more, but now they're buying consumer electronics more. So lots of things overall are changing. From consumer and customer perspective, what you see is that customers are now very particular about the experience that they get. So they punish products and companies on single experience, right? AI is changing the way we do business. Google's focus for next 5 to 10 years is going to be artificial intelligence. If you're looking at emerging technologies, cloud has changed the way we've done business in past. So we were dependent on setting up data centers. Now we're not. Now you can buy everything on the go. So all of this has changed, and there are new trends that are coming. For example, I don't know if you guys have heard about this company called Robinhood. So for me to trade on stock exchange, I had to put in certain amount of money previously. Now I don't. If I've got $50, $100, I can start a trade. Now, if you look at it, all of these technological trends are coming from one source. And I think everybody can guess that's Silicon Valley, right? That's where all these trends are coming from. Now, coming to how we are staying relevant, how we are keeping up with trends. So for us, one thing is very important. Because you can't develop all the technologies. So collaborating where we do not have the talent to develop those technologies, and coming up with our own technologies where we do have expertise. So this is how I see as a company how it's changing us, how we're staying relevant.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think very important factors mentioned. The level of tolerance of customers has gone to level 0 probably.
True.
And the first, like you said, the first experience, if organizations do not come up to the expectations of the customers, they're punished. So very well said. Moving on to Zishan, and Zishan is the executive director at Shahid Afridi Foundation, among I think a trillion other things that he does. So Zishan, coming to you, Johnson mentioned that not all technologies are relevant in every scenario. Right? Let's draw a comparison of different economies, different markets. Of course, Pakistan at the moment is not probably at the same level as the Silicon Valley, right? Or the technologies being used there. What do you think are the technologies relevant to Pakistan, and are we a part of the $1 trillion race?
Thank you, Harun. Thank you, Harun. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I lose half of my life, can someone get hold of my cell phone? Because that holds my big data, and I don't want to spend half of my life finding that cell phone. So if someone can get hold of it, thank you. My perspective is a little different. I've been always thinking in a different way. I think every technology is relevant to Pakistan. Every technology is comparable to Pakistan. Unfortunately, we have been lacking behind a lot. Like someone mentioned that 3G, 4G अगर हमारे पास 3-4 साल पहले आ जाता तो हमारे पास भी कुछ billions of businesses के होते. The issue is we start thinking when the world progresses. And I think we don't need to re-innovate the wheel at Pakistan. There are a lot of technologies that are happening in the global world that can be adopted in Pakistan as well. I think one of the best initiatives that the government has done, the federal government or the Ignite program, is start national incubation centers across various cities of Pakistan. There are 4 or 5, I guess, around the major cities.
4 right now.
4. So, comparing these technologies, I think Pakistan has the right skill, the right level, and the right people and the youth to actually make a difference. We need to invest in this youth. And like Dr. Amjad Saqib said, there are leaders, technological leaders here in Pakistan. We just need to craft them really well. So comparing technologies, the world is now going to manless deliveries through drones. One of the Pakistani startups, I think in Singapore or somewhere, has started an e-grocery store where the mobile van takes the fruits and vegetables through your doorstep. And that is how you saw Uber and Kareem coming to the world. So I think there are a lot of things that can be done. One thing I would like to mention, there's a program called e-rickshaws. So technology in terms of Uber and Kareem adopted to the Pakistan's way had made a difference. Now there are Uber riders on motorcycles, Kareem riders on motorcycles. So I think there are a lot of comparisons that can be done. And I think there is a lot of potential in Pakistani youth which can actually do a lot of technological differences.
Great, thank you very much. I think technology is developing at a pace that you can be expecting to knock it at your doors in no time. So I think even if Pakistan at the moment is probably not fully ready for RPA, robotic process automation, etc., I mean, it's probably around the corner, right? So therefore, rather than staying behind the curve, it's important that, I mean, people in Pakistan preempt what's going to happen about technology advancements in the country and be ready for it. Yeah.
Let me just add this. I mean, there are a lot of good universities in Pakistan and good engineering colleges. Like there is NUST, there is GIK, now IBA, LUMS, and all these universities are setting up technological labs, innovation labs. IBM, Microsoft have offices in Pakistan. I think a lot of things can be done on these sites, especially in these engineering universities, to set up innovation labs, to set up, programs where our youth, the 55% of our population is under 24. So if they are taught at the right germination level, so एक थोड़ा सा आजकल phenomena चलता है कि everyone wants to be a startup. So if you open Facebook, if you open the followers, everyone you find is a chief executive. Every single youth is somehow a chairman or a chief executive of a startup. But I think what needs to be done in Pakistan is to give the right germination level trainings at the right startup level, that how do you want to move forward? What are the examples that exist in the world? And that is how you move forward with this current.
Great, thank you. Let's move our conversation now to process automation and how is technology or how is the technology affecting businesses developing. And so Sajjad, my question to you, I read in this report that no more will the softwares will have to be customized to the processes that businesses follow. It's going to be the other way. So a lot of standardization will be happening in the ERP business. So companies will have to change their processes, keeping in view the needs of the process automation available through technology. How do you analyze your customers, where you come from a technology company, Excellence Delivered, it's probably one of the biggest, in terms of your footprint and technology implementation in Pakistan. How do you analyze businesses and your customers to see the need for a specific technology to be implemented?
Thank you, Harun. A very
Mike.
astute question. We actually, as a company, we specialize in bringing external technologies and implementing them in Pakistan. As I like to say that, we sort of localize the international global technologies. We have a pretty good insight, being in the ERP business, have a pretty good insight in the business requirements. So that's one side of the angle that you have to see. The other side is seeing what else is out there, and that comes through R&D. About 4 odd years ago, just coming from our experience, because that's what you've asked, about 4 odd years ago, we set up a department called Innovation Department, and we got people from one of the best talent we could find from LUMS, FAST, and so on and so forth. And their sole job was to finding out on what technologies are out there and what is their relevance to our economies and our businesses. And we sort of then started, and I think Pakistan as a country, and our businesses are at a stage where localization of global technologies is the key. For instance, if you look at e-commerce, about 4 to 5 years ago, e-commerce was nothing. Now we have our customers, and we are now one of the largest resellers of women clothing online as an IT company. And one of the things that we turned around and did over the last 3 to 4 years, we started collecting data, we started analyzing it, we started looking at the trends. Our analytics and AI can turn around and tell you which particular designs are going to work out. So you have these hardcore guys from LUMS and FAST turning around and saying which kind of dupatta goes with what and what design would be a hit. And we are 60 to 70% on the ball. Now we are going into FMCG market. So we had a lot of customers in FMCG industry in the country, and now we are trying to look at analytics through Facebook and through Instagram and so on and so forth to try to see what the trends are there going to be. That we believe is one of the major markets is going to be. So it is a mixture of both. You have to understand inside the business processes of the company, how their strength is, where their weaknesses are, optimize that. But that particular area of businesses is going to be commoditized. The manufacturing and so on and so forth is pretty much going to be commoditized. The other side, which Mr. Gill just mentioned, the customer experience side is going to be a major area. How you reach the customer, how you identify the need of the customer, and how you are agile enough to service the customer is going to be the key. And that is where your technology is going to play a major role. We believe now your apps should be in Urdu. If you go to Korea, most of their apps are in Korean. If you go to China, most of the apps and most of the things are in Chinese. We have looked at our literacy rate. How many of the people who are smartphone users actually can read English? We have another language coming in, which is Romanized Urdu. We need to be able to use that, and we are doing a lot of research in that particular area. That is going to be the key. We have to have a process to reduce our cost of delivery. If e-commerce is going up, and if we are going to get into the grocery business, we need to have a mechanism to deliver smaller orders at a cost-effective way. All of these technologies are here now. I do not believe that we are going to adopt foreign technologies, but not their business models. I think our needs of our society are particular and peculiar to our society, and our technology has to address those businesses. And that is what all the technology. No longer we are going to say that this works in US and we have to pick it up and throw it here. We need to learn from it, no doubt, absolutely no doubt. But we need to localize it to our local needs, be it here or in any of the countries that we work in.
Thank you very much, and I think that's excellent. That's an excellent thought, that we need to localize, what we need to localize. I think on that message, and especially another thought that you put in, that even for a technology company, it is a race for relevance. So if you don't have R&D, if you don't have innovation going on, if you're not have an eye on what future technologies are going to be available in the market, you're going to be distinct yourselves. So I think that's a very very relevant thought. Moving on now to technology companies, and moving on now to consumers of technologies, and from a finance person's perspective. My question to Mr. Saiful Islam, who works at Nestle and has been working in different parts of the world. Saif, how do you see the finance function fueling growth of a business using technologies like robotics, artificial intelligence, social media, cloud? How do you see the finance function using these technologies to the betterment of the growth of an organization?
Thank you. I think thanks for the question. So basically, if we see for a manufacturing company like Nestle or a consumer goods company, I think the robotics or AI or the cloud has huge role to play, where we are seeing in different functions and different stages. If we think about our factories, where we have manufacturing and all, a lot of processes are being replaced by robots or mechanized processes. So that actually improves efficiency, reduces errors and all. That's kind of very basic. But then if I come to more of talk about AI or machine learning and all, I can give one example is our demand forecasting. So basically there we are using this knowledge and learnings where we actually have a simulation tool where we put all our situations, all our past trends, and all the variables and different kind of combinations, and also maybe 5 or 10,000 situations or possibilities, and based on that the tool actually gives us a forecast for sales, and then it helps us in a number of ways. It actually gives us a very good tool to plan our sales, to manage our inventory, to have production in a more efficient way. So this is a new development what we have done in Nestle Pakistan, and it's giving good results. Then if I talk about the social media globally, Nestle has a digital analytics team, which is a combination of people who are following the social media. This is not about following only. It's more about really finding out the trend and doing small experiments, doing small promotions or activities or different things in Facebook or in other mediums to gauge what the consumers are reacting, how they do see the new things or experience the products that we are planning to launch and all. So it's also a big effort, and there we are really getting a lot of good consumer insights, because as we are hearing the other speaker that 50 million people only in Pakistan are on mobile. So even in Pakistan, we are also using that. We are doing a lot of things on Facebook and all, and in other mediums to get the consumer response and the insights and all. So I would say overall, I mean, it's happening, and as a company or as one of the leading FMCG companies, we are trying to embrace also the technology and getting quite a lot out of it. Bruno mentioned about this financial inclusion that is also powered by the mobile and digital. So that also is a good initiative, and it's empowering our farmers, and actually it's really that way empowering the people at the other end, and also part of it also about women empowerment. So I think overall it's really bringing a lot of positives to the company.
Right. So once again, bringing the finance function into the question, the role of finance professionals, as in the past, of collating information, collating data, the rear view mirror, right? As opposed to a modern CFO of a company, right? Working with the dashboard, working with, like you said, forecasting, right? Demand forecasting, consumer expectation forecasting. How do you see the comparison now? And there is still a balance. It's not that you can leave one role and completely get geared up, for the other. What is your view of that?
No, I think it's a challenge, and it's changing. So basically, a CFO or even the finance function has to be really now be adaptive or learning about all these new things happening. So you call it, or we call it, kind of extreme automation, where you have robotics, you have cloud, you have AI, you have everything happening in digital and all. So I think as finance leaders, we need to be on top of these technologies, which is not easy because there are a million things out there, but you have to pick up which ones is more relevant, stay up to date, and then actually talking to the teams and see how we can implement and get best out of it. So I guess that is a challenge, and I think, as you said, that you can't only look at the backwards, but also that is important. You cannot forget the base, but then also you have to be adaptive. And I think with these also, the other challenge which will come is managing the talent and the people, because there will be war for talent, and at the same time, with the millennials, with the new things happening, how you really keep your the finance team or the workforce engaged, get the best out of them, and then really take the company forward and all. So I think as finance leaders, we need to really spend more time in this area and see how we manage this challenge.
Great. Thank you very much. This is very apt. Let's move on to Tughrul now. And Tughrul, my question to you, you're a fintech guy. Fintech is supposed to be the key disruption of financial inclusion. How do you see the unlimited access to consumer data and artificial intelligence? How do you see that impacting the society and as well as the businesses going forward in the future?
Right. Thank you very much for the question. So I'm working as head of digital banking for Finca Microfinance Bank, and we are working in collaboration with a fintech called Finja. Yeah. Specifically around data, the power of big data, I'll just recount two or three. There are several, but one of the biggest powers of big data is that it allows you insight into consumer behavior like you've never had before, at a scale that's never been available before. The other big power of big data is that it allows you to do very quick A/B testing. So if you want to test a product, the feedback is instant, and you have several small clusters that you can use. The third big power, and there's a reason why I'm listing these three specifically. The third big power is that it allows you to segment your data, go into consumer niches that you probably would have not seen before. So we're in the business of financial inclusion, and we're using technology to sort of leapfrog the infrastructure challenges in Pakistan. And we've launched an e-wallet, a mobile wallet called SimSim, with which we hope to address the 86% of the unbanked people of Pakistan. Now, having said all that, data, AI, we have to be careful because these are the buzzwords that are in nowadays. And with the corporate sector, I mean, if you've been around long enough, every 7 years, some new buzzword comes up. There's a lot of potential in data, but there are also a lot of challenges. In the end, data is dumb. It is just information. Yeah. And to make that information useful, you have to ask the right questions. And those right questions have to come from leaders, like the ones in this room, who understand their consumer. So data is not going to leap up at you and give you answers if you're not asking the right questions. And I think this is where really the challenge lies as well. The other big challenge for us is that technology has outpaced a lot of things. It's outpaced the regulators' understanding of the market changing. It has outpaced the corporate leadership's understanding of how quickly these technologies are coming at them. It's also outpaced in a big way a majority of the population of Pakistan, a country like Pakistan. We look at data as a potential game changer, but unless we're able to get consumer protection in there, we're able to make sure that the access to data, especially financial data, that's very critical for a bank, is protected. We might end up in a similar situation as Cambridge Analytica, which Hasnan brought up, where you suddenly find that third parties have access to data which you shouldn't have had, and then you have a crisis. But having said that, there is already a big change in the offing. If you look at the European Union, they've just recently released regulations which are actually ground shifting. For the first time, they're allowing banks to share their data under a structure, of course, with third-party service providers. That's a big change. It's something that in Pakistan we can't do. And is that going to be adopted by our regulator as well? We don't know. There is a possibility. Let's see how the market emerges. In Finca, we've used this data, for example, to launch a pilot on nano digital lending. So if you're a wallet user, one of our SimSim wallet users, and you qualify according to our credit scoring algorithm, we've used the data we get from the customers to develop their credit scoring. You get whitelisted for a small loan, a nano loan. It's an instant loan that you just apply and it's immediately delivered to your wallet. And we use the power of data to be able to predict whether this loan will be paid back or not. And that's where the pricing is driven from. It's a pilot, so it's work in progress. I can't say more than that. But what we are seeing is that there is right now a new market opening up for us, which could not have been possible, say, 5-6 years ago. Where it goes will be determined entirely by the kind of leadership and the kind of decisions we take in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, great. I think some very useful points brought up by you, which is normally the first few individuals to lose pace with technology are the regulators. So their understanding or their capacity building of the speed with which the technology is changing is critical. And while the world is talking about data protection at the same time, the GDPR, etc., I think our regulators need to speed up and need to be aware of or be ahead of the curve.
And in fact, if I may just add one more point, even the average consumer has no idea right now how much data on them is available. I mean, I used to work for a telecom that's, when we launched mobile money about 10 years ago in Pakistan. So one of the things I was looking after was a data warehouse. Um, I think people in this room would be stunned at the kind of information about their personal lives, about their behavior, that is very easily accessible to organizations already. And then they've of course gone and given more of it away on social media. So it's actually frightening if you ever do a check on how much technology companies really know about you.
Yeah, and if we could bring another point that Hasnan made once again, there's huge amounts of data all around us. There is this challenge of, I mean, organizations are moving toward data accuracy, making the most use of the data available. This is, I mean, the biggest challenge with this is known as the one-off challenge. This activity of making data accurate, extracting meaningful information from the data is not a one-off thing. It has to continue. It has to, there has to be multiple iterations. So I think the use of this data, or meaningful use of this data, that is pivotal, and that is key. And therefore, the point that Hasnan made, this is going beyond human capacity to handle the amount of data and to make useful sense out of that data. It's going beyond human capacity now, and therefore robotics, and therefore artificial intelligence. Let's move on to our second round of questions. I will appreciate if people in the audience, in the meanwhile, if they have any reflections, to keep noting down your questions. Also, people who are listening to us live through the webinar, if they can keep noting down their questions. We'll have 15 minutes for Q&A towards the end of the discussion. So going back to Johnson once again. Johnson, you're managing a big pool of talent, 1,800 people in your organization, if you talk about your outsourcing business only.
Right.
How are you deploying some components of artificial intelligence? How are you deploying technology to make sure that you have enough retention of talent in your organization and continue to develop and grow them as well? So what is your organization doing about it?
So not just in outsourcing, but in consulting as well as in technology, I think talent is the only way you stay relevant, you stay on top of competition, and the only reason how you grow is the talent that you have. In fact, even if you look at a country's outlook, the developed countries would have 70% or more of services. So it's all about people, all about talent. So the complication comes in when you got a very diverse pool of talent. So we got 11 businesses, and then multiple geographies in Middle East, London, US, and Pakistan, of course. So it becomes quite challenging managing this talent pool. So I think one of the first things that we did, Fatma Said leads our HR, and one of the things she did was she came up with a unified platform on cloud, which is accessible to everybody. So that is obviously one part where we know we have talent inventory. So we know who's good at what, and that is very, very important. And that's one part of it. Second part of it is that we do regular employee engagement surveys, which is again through technology. And then once you've done an employee engagement survey, it's important for you to look at what are the low-hanging fruits, where you can improve the talent, what is causing retention, and what is causing churn. Why are they leaving? So once you analyze all those things, and we do that once a year, but at the same time, every business has, so for example, I run these surveys every month, and I'm looking at particular areas in every one of these surveys. One of the most important one is, are they happy with their managers? Because in people's business, people don't leave companies, they leave managers. So if their managers are not good, they're not helping them, they're not retaining them, they're not helping them develop, you will lose that talent. So that is another area, and these surveys that we do, we are basically trying to develop them. All of this is happening through technology. We are working on a program which is e-learning, because we hire about 100, 150 people every month. Part of it is churn, part of it is growth in the business, but we end up hiring about 100, 150 people. And training is a challenge to training all these 150 people every month. So e-learning is coming in, where we got where people just learn about the different products, services of our clients. But there's a very minimal interaction of a trainer. They can do it on their own. So these are some of the things that we're doing in terms of people.
Yeah. I think talent, as we discussed technology in organization, talent or acquisition of talent is of paramount importance. And let me come to Sajad for a question. Sajad, when ACCA and EXD got together to start this initiative on training the youth in technology, the biggest consideration that we discussed was talent acquisition for your organization. What would you say about that? Do you think sufficient, well-groomed, well-versed talent with technology is available in the country, or we are limited by choice, or is it that you have to train a lot of raw talent within your organization and only then they become suitable for use in the organization? How does that go?
Our experiences with ACCA's training program, ERP program, has been extremely positive. We started this mainly to help our recruitment and to sort of, our major problem was when we expanded internationally. I had a conversation with the CIO of Aramco, which is one of the largest SAP customers in the world. We explained to him our solution, we did our sales pitch. And the person turned around and he said that, look, what you're saying is fantastic. We understand you understand our problems very well. I believe you're the best company to do our job. Kindly send me 700 people. And in the entire country of Pakistan, I could not find 700 people who could program in ABAP. And we had like 10 at the time, I think. And they ended up getting 5,000 people. Eventually, Tata won that contract. And the guy is still a friend and everything else, and he still wants to do business with us. And they ended up sending 7,000 people there, eventually, engaged in that particular thing. So, of course, that was the motivator when, and ACC had a problem. We approached them that, look, we need to do something about the talent. And now the program is that every month we are training about 200 young people. At any point in time, there are 200 people in the program. Out of those 200, we hired about 10 or 15, which become part of our management training program, and then off they go to the rest of the organization. Now we hire 95% of the people internally, from that management training. I mean, the guy who's next to me, our chief operating officer, is from that program. Our head of sales is from that program, and so on and so forth. So our dependence externally sort of ended. And now we have, as most of the people in there, now we have a good supply chain of people, and we sort of control our entire supply chain, coming from like an MBA sort of background. So we finished that well. However, yes, there is talent available. Of course, the grooming needs to be done. The training on the technical side needs to be done. The training and grooming because we are in consulting business, the training and grooming on the social side also needs to be done, which is another area that we need to sort of work on. On the technical side, frankly, the training never ends. Especially because we are in consulting business, it sort of never ends, right? Because the technology changes, you always need to be abreast of technologies. We do a lot of training on our internal core values. One of the things we look at is integrity and unflinching integrity. So anything around that area, any problems envisaged in that area, we do not compromise on. So sad to say, we lose a lot of talent based on this particular core values of ours, because no matter who you are, how talented, bright, smart, intelligent, whatever you are, if integrity is not there, we sort of that's a big no-no for us. Passion is another area, so you absolutely have to like your job. That's another core value which sort of we have a problem with, because a lot of people in our country, in our society, choose professions not because they really want to be in them, but because of certain social pressures. So, for instance, our head of HR is started as an accountant. After a while, he turned around and he said that, look, I really like to work with people. He did his MBA and so on and so forth. Came back and now he's wonderful at what he does. So we are a guy from sales. He's an accountant, and so we actually look for talent and look for skill, and we actually try to see where the person actually fits, because he became accountant because frankly they didn't have a choice, right? The other areas that we these are the two areas we actually we follow the talent as a company. So there's a lot of talent out there, but grooming needs to be done, which I think we all sort of agree on. The universities are not doing the job, frankly, that the industry expects them to. With all due respect to all the universities out there, so a lot of grooming needs to be done, and I think all companies need to invest in that.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. I'd like to make a point here that ACCA changes its qualification maximum 7 years. And at the back of that qualification change, there is employer consent, employer interaction. What do members have to say? What does the industry needs? So I think every change that ACCA makes to the qualification is backed by what is demanded in the market of these people. Thank you very much. It's a very important point that you mentioned. Zishan, talking about human behavior. What implications do you see? I mean, with more robotics, with more artificial intelligence in place, what implications do you see on human behavior in organizations, in the workforce, generally? I know you're very, very active on social media, mashallah. And what impact do you see? Will people start talking in machine language, binary language? So what will happen?
Okay, AI is there to stay. AI is a reality. We'll have to live with it. At the same time, we should not lose the human touch. That should be there in some capacity, in some way. So if you look at a few examples back about technology, when we were growing up, so उस वक्त ये digital cameras or ये Facebook and WhatsApp were not there. So I'm not that old as well, though, but Kodak was one of the biggest examples. They did not adopt the digitalization of the cameras and new technology, and they're wiped out in just a couple of years. And the couple of years means 10, 15 years. Nokia is another example. One of the leading giants of the technology world was overtaken by these smartphones, and now Nokia is nowhere to be seen. So AI is there, big data is there, data analytics is there. But one of the biggest examples, my colleague just said it, that we're coming from an ERP background. They are the largest women retailer, and they now can predict that which dupatta goes with which suit. So that is artificial intelligence for you there and then. One of my platforms, being an accountant, I realized it myself that what needs to be done. So I looked at Pakistan's industry and found out that there was no stationary e-commerce available. So last year I found one of one key ACCA guys, and we launched an e-commerce platform called Stationery X. It has become one of the largest online stationery selling platforms in Pakistan. And one of the key things that I learned from that platform is Pakistan is 70% rural area. Pakistani population is 70% rural areas. What are we doing for that population? How are we making them grow up? How are we taking them forward? We are talking about few companies here and there. We're talking about some MNCs that are doing artificial intelligence. How is this coming up? And that will be the paradigm shift in Pakistan competing with the global world. Unless we focus on these areas. So just sharing you the stats, 90% of my stationery orders are from these rural areas, or some of the cities I've never ever heard the name of. And then I sat with my chief executive and I asked him that, tell me the stats of where are we growing? And the biggest market we were growing was Sakhar somehow. And schools in Sakhar and some districts in Sakhar and Larkana and Pind Dadan Khan was one of the areas which was sending us online orders, and TCS was delivering it. So that was a big learning for us. One of the largest, I want to name one of the largest MNCs in Pakistan is now working on a program which they are studying the rain behavior for the last 40 years in Pakistan, and then they're trying to see that how that rain behavior affects the crops and which fertilizer they need to produce at what time of the year to actually cater to those needs. So, one of the distribution companies I'm linked with is now studying their pattern in KPK of their distributors and their behavior as well, that how will that distribution work in Sawat and Naran and Sawabi and all those areas. So artificial intelligence, having said that, is a reality. Robotics is there. Internationally, if you see a lot of the jobs, if you go back, not many years in the history, but I think like 20, 25, 30 years, most of the car manufacturers, humans have been replaced by robots. My biggest concern, having said all about technology, entrepreneurship, ERP, AI, digital, social, is how are we geared up for this? How is not this hall of like 100, 200 people, how is this population of 200 million geared up for this change? How are we adopting this technological change? Someone shared that mobile penetration is 50%, 60%, but I think there is a lot of need for them to be educated at the right level to compete with the world. 7,000 jobs lost in Pakistan to Tata Group. Yep. That is one of the examples. So we need to work a lot on training and development at germination level trainings. A lot of more incubators are needed. Pakistan is not 5 cities, my friends. Pakistan is not Lahore, Karachi, Islamabad, or Faisalabad or Rawalpindi. Pakistan is 70% Khariyan, Gujarat, Sialkot, Multan, Sheikhupura, Burewala, Checha Watni, Jhang, Sargoda, DI Khan, and I just can go on and name these countries. I travel across Pakistan to all these cities, and I find some exceptional youth, as talented as graduated from LUMS, as talented as graduated from IBA, but they need a platform. We together, I think this conference is the right platform that we need to give a message out as well, that we need to build a platform, this youth. And youth is, like Hasnan said, 55% of our population is under 24. And those under 24 are not living in these 5 cities only. They're living across Pakistan. You go speak to these people. I spoke to someone in Faisalabad, smaller village, Khuriyanwala place. And he said he's working on agri-tech. And I was phenomenally overawed by his technology was soil testing and telling his father that you are putting the wrong fertilizer in our khet. And it is not going to reap the benefits. If you use my technology, your crop yield will increase by 40%. So I think a lot of things are needed. And like you said,
I think I got your point. I think the best advantage of technology is going to be that the world is going to be a smaller place. And number two, a lot of talent is going to surface as a result of the world being a smaller place. So I think that's a definite impact of technology on human behavior and social behavior.
I think it will create a lot of jobs as well. Like I said earlier as well, I open my Facebook and everyone is a chief executive.
But jobs of a different nature.
I mean, jobs of a different nature. I think it's giving an opportunity. As Pakistan, we're not creating jobs. As Pakistan, there has not been an industrial revolution that we are. There are a lot of graduates coming out of all the colleges and universities. So it's a good platform. They're becoming entrepreneurs.
So let's take that question of future jobs being different. Mr. Saiful Islam, what's your opinion of the future role of a CFO with all that technology, automation in companies? What is the future role of the CFO going to look like? And I'm sorry, the time is already up, but this topic is such sort of involving and interesting that we're going to eat slightly into the question answer times. If you can quickly tell us the role of the future CFO.
I think future finance leaders or a CFO has to really drive this transformation, because I think what we have heard is we are talking about a lot of disruptive technologies and all the new things. I think finance leadership has to take the lead to really change this or lead this transformation. I think that is one of the key areas. The other one, as I said before, is really we need to be on top of these, all the new things which are happening, extreme automation. And thirdly, I think these the talent management and people and all. At the same time, also when we adapt all these technologies, there will be a lot of jobs lost. So how do we balance between the two? We keep the millennials and new talents interested, and at the same time manage the thing which we don't want to accept or talk about now, but I think it will become a reality because a lot of jobs have to be. I think people have to be put in new jobs, or the jobs will be lost. So I think these are the three things where finance leaders have to really play a big role and lead the transformation.
I agree with you. The CFOs of companies, I mean, the adoption of technology, the CFO has to be at the core of it. And the CFO has probably to be the first one to take that initiative.
I'll just take the last 30 seconds in the interest of the latest happening. PSL, Pakistan Super League. Everyone watched it. The whole audience was glued to it. I, being the CEO of Peshawar Zalmi last year, being advisor to Karachi Kings this year, the job of the coach has really changed. How? Now Pakistan, PITV has implemented a software which will analyze player skills, which will analyze their player behavior, which will analyze which shots they are perfect at, कौन सा बंदा कितने छक्के मार सकता है और लाहौर की टीम क्यों इतना हार रही है. So analytics are in place. Artificial intelligence from on field is going to change Pakistan Super League next year, and I hope I stick to Karachi Kings next year. I keep on changing teams, but so this is technology and this is artificial intelligence for you. This is how it is making a difference.
Well said. I think that's that's very interesting. So.
I think you don't need artificial intelligence to find out about Lahore Qalandar. I think natural intelligence can still
will suffice.
I think they need me as an advisor next
I
year.
remember when I was in college, we had a T-shirt. I was taking some courses in AI. Developing artificial intelligence requires real brains. Because people in the other sort of areas, machine vision, used to say that you need AI because you don't have natural intelligence. So yeah, that's a fun side of it. AI has been around for many years. Really, if we seem to be all intrigued about AI. The case-based reasoning, the rule-based reasoning, and so on and so forth, it's been around since for 2 decades, more than that. What has changed and why is it relevant in Pakistan is now we have the data to actually run those systems. Yeah. So in Pakistan, it's going to be relevant because now for the first time in Pakistan, because of 3G, 4G, Facebook, Instagram, and so on and so forth, now we have data we can actually do some prediction on. And it will, and our predictability of AI will increase with time. It will only get better. So I think as companies, we really need to get on this bandwagon because initially, I'm sure, sir, you were talking about your predictive modeling. We did some work on demand forecasting. And for a CFO, you need to actually understand the technology as well. For instance, Bayesian Markowitz, which mostly demand price, a tool most companies use. Bayesian Markowitz is something which does demand forecasting. It's a great model. But however, you need to understand the limitations. So as a CFO, with all these technologies, one of the things you need to understand is the limitation of those technologies that with data and information coming out is actually relevant and actually on which you can make the decisions. True. Because all these models will also fail at certain times.
True. And stakeholder expectation in that scenario will definitely be a hard thing to manage. Tohru, my final question from you. Over 2 billion people unbanked at the moment. And so much technology available, cryptocurrencies available. How is the future banking? How does the future of banking looks like?
Well, it's very promising because a lot of new avenues, like I said before, are now opening up because of technology being able to leapfrog. But once again, I think we have to be careful over here when we look at the potential because we have to answer this very critical question. Why is there financial exclusion in the first place? It's not because mobile banking wasn't there. Financial exclusion comes out of social exclusion, which comes out of political exclusion. So at the heart of the matter is really the distribution of power between different entities within a society. And when you have that power concentrated in a certain elite, what cascades is an economic structure which supports that is same elite setup, and therefore you have exclusion. So yes, technology can help us address a lot of the gaps that are there, and indeed, it has in a lot of ways. But when we target financial inclusion, I think we have to look at a lot of extraneous factors as well. It's not just technology alone that can fix it. I'll give you the example of mobile money. What took off rapidly and became a huge industry within Pakistan was mobile money 10 years ago, right? But what were the two behaviors that really took off? It was wallet-to-wallet transfers and utility bill payments. So both these behaviors already existed, and technology just sped them up. So what technology does is it amplifies existing behavior. And if you have an existing social exclusion in place, it's not going to be overcome just by giving the guy a mobile wallet. Because he'll ask that question. He'll say, what do I do with this now? You've given me a wallet. What do I do with it? So use cases need to be discovered. We need to understand these consumers. We need to embrace them. And once we've done that and we've tried to bring them into the financial inclusion net, which basically means you give them access to credit, you take care of their risk mitigation, and you give them opportunities to trade. Once you've done that, you also need to make sure that the environment around them, the policies, the regulators are designed to create a level playing field. So that little guy who's sitting in some remote corner of Pakistan with no access to credit, with no access to education, cut off from the mainstream economy, can actually have a realistic chance of bettering his lot so his kids get a better chance at life. But that I don't think technology by itself, I think that's us fooling ourselves. It has to be much bigger than that, just technology.
Great, thank you very much. So I think that with that we come to the end of this conversation. But since this entire conversation, this entire get together is about Pakistan, and all of us here wearing this emerging Pakistan lapel pin, what are the action agendas, from this whole conversation about Pakistan? How is all this going to contribute to an emerging Pakistan? So I'm once again going to go back to all of the panelists, 30 seconds only. What is that one agenda point from this conversation that we are taking away, or take away from this discussion, which is going to help build, into emerging Pakistan? So 30 seconds. Maybe we could start from the far end, Tohru.
Okay, so I'll just stick with that same point I made at the end, which is that we need to create a level playing field within this country. It has to be done politically and economically. We have locked most of this potential of this country away, and we are focusing on just 3 cities and the few universities that churn out a few thousand students every year. But this is what we need to do. We need to create a level playing field. Otherwise, we cannot.
Very, very, very important fact. I think everybody should have an equal chance. That's a very important fact. Yes, sir.
I think entrepreneurship is extremely important. If you look at, for example, market capitalization of top US firms, now you'll see all technology companies. So I think it's a lot of good initiatives in Pakistan have started. I think we need to do a lot more, create a bigger ecosystem of startups, and those who are already in that business, if they can help take one Pakistani company to be a unicorn, which is, we are yet to see that happening. I think it's going to be a great service to the country.
Great, thank you very much. Startups and entrepreneurs. Yes, Zishan.
2 points. One is that the government needs to start spending on AI a lot. I met Dr. Shamshad Akhtar just recently. She's the former governor, State Bank. She told a fact that Japan and China are the biggest spenders in AI in the globe, and how much Pakistan is spending on AI is nowhere. So the government needs to take a step, and at the same time, it's not, why do blame governments always? What is the private sector doing itself to spend in AI? And the last point is, Pakistan is, again, it's 70% rural areas. We need to work on those areas. We need to have startups. We need to have incubators, innovation centers, AIs across Pakistan to actually make it a Silicon Valley.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Very valid point. Sajjad.
I believe that for Pakistan to emerge, our private sector needs to step up and private sector needs to emerge. And for that, we need to invest in our people. Human capital is I would say, our people and their motivation is our primary asset of any company, not a service industry, any company. That is what we need to work on as organizations. We need to invest in our people. We need to find the talent. We need to groom the talent, retain the talent, and realize and pay and motivate, keep the talent motivated. The relationship between the companies, owners, directors, CEOs and the people who are lower down in the hierarchy needs to change. They are no longer employees. We need to be colleagues. That mindset needs to change in our organization. For country to emerge, our HR, our individuals, our companies need to emerge. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Saifullah.
Okay, very quickly, I think more of capacity building of government agencies, some cases, and I guess policy stability, because this is probably, I'm new here in Pakistan, but probably it's one only country in the world where you are hearing a lot of noise, confusion, what is milk, what is not milk, and what is, so which probably you're talking about so much of AI, robotics, and a lot of other things, but at the same point, we are behind probably even to the compared to the neighboring countries.
So we had kept the best for the last. So I think very valid point.
And the tax.
So thank you very much. That concludes our conversation. We have time for one, at the most two questions from the audience. And my apologies for this, but just one or two very, very quick questions.
Yes, and if the person who's asking the question, can you please keep it to the point?
We have a first question here and the second question there.
Wonderful discussion here. Just a quick question. What do you foresee the role of accountants in this context?
That is also asked on by our webinar attendees. So if
Yes, the role of accountants. So when we said finance professionals or CFOs, how are they going to, so I think the point that Mr. Saiful Islam made was very relevant. So I'll hand this over to you.
I think, as I was mentioning, the finance or accountants, and I'm addressing the finance leaders, we have to lead this transformation with all these new things happening. So that is the role that we have. We have to go beyond our roles, because we are talking about always the bin counters, the bookkeeping and all. The role is much beyond that, and that is the main role we'll have to play. At the same time, as I was saying before, to keep us updated with the technologies, what is happening and all the new things, which can really improve the efficiency and what we can add value to the business and all, and finally also managing the talent and the people.
I just want to make one point, and this was my conversation with Ayla in Islamabad, accountants versus finance professionals. And I think the new term, just because accountants sort of links very nicely with bean counters, and finance professionals is a wider term. So that's the new emerging term that's going to be there for accounting and finance professionals. But finance professionals is what's going to be very commonly known now.
Balance sheet, you don't need accountants anymore for balance sheet and P&L management.
Yeah.
That would automatically be done. The tax computation would be automatically done. I think role would be more analytical. Where the convergence with technology comes in is because the role is analytical. That's where there has to be certain sense of the data or information coming in, how relevant and reliable that is. And that's where the knowledge of AI and forecasting systems and so on and so forth, because the data that even your AI engine would predict would not be right 100% of the time. So at that point, understanding of what data coming in, the source that's churning out the data, that becomes important. So the role invariably we will become more and more analytical, more and more technology driven, and not just churning and checking numbers or signing vouchers or putting in JVs or audit adjustments.
We have one more question.
We have just time to include the gentleman in the maroon shirt, if you want to quickly ask the question.
Thank you. This was a very insightful discussion. My question is directed towards Mr. Tughral Ali. You spoke about how technology companies have so much information, and we were talking about like financial inclusion and getting people involved. But when we have this data, who has legal ownership of it? And are there any measures that are undertaken to protect this information? Thank you.
That's a very good question. I think we're still in the space of defining that correctly. We are very clear in the banking sector, for example. The regulator is very, very cut and dry about this. The customer data is in the possession of the bank, and the bank may not share customer data with any third party. We're very clear about that. I think where things start getting a little murky, and this is what I was referring to, is that the way we look at industries is changing. So I say banking. Well, is banking not overlapping with telecom, which is overlapping with insurance, which is overlapping with call center, which is overlapping with, so at, the problem which is emerging is that you've got customer data, which is unique. It may have an origination point, but to deliver value, you have several parties which are now coming together. And I think that we're in a space right now where we need to really put our heads together with the regulator and industry experts and figure out how this data is going to be managed, because at the heart of it is consumer protection. But you know, there are trade-offs which start happening between consumer protection and the service and the quality of products that you deliver. So I think this is a gray space right now. I mean, if you look at it from where we are today, it's very cut and dry, especially where regulations are concerned. But where we are going is a gray space. And I think a lot of thinking has to be done on this field.
Thank you very much. I must mention that ACC is also a responsible organization when it comes to data. And the new data protection regulation, the UK, ACC very closely abide by it. The kind of penalty organizations face if they're not abiding by the GDPR is 1/4 of their annual revenue. So that's how severe the punishment is in case organizations are not sensitive to data ownerships.
Thank you so much, Harun. Ladies and gentlemen, give our esteemed panel a huge round of applause. I will very quickly like to request Sajid Aslam to please come up on the stage, and Ayla Majid, the International Council member. I'll also like to request our chief guest, Bruno, to please come up and join and help us in giving the mementos to the esteemed panel. Whilst we're giving the mementos to the panel, there's a running tea right across by the poolside. Anybody who wants to grab a cup of tea or coffee, you're more than welcome to do so. First off, we have Mr. Johnson Gill, the Regional Director, Abacus Consulting. Mr. Zishan Afzal, Global CEO, SAF. Mr. Sajjad Sayed, the CEO of Excellence Delivered. We will be proceeding with the panel discussion in about another minute, ladies and gentlemen. So just quickly grab your teas and please be here. Syed Saiful Islam, the Head of Finance and Control, Nestle Pakistan Limited. And Mr. Tughral A.T. Ali, Business Head, Branchless Banking, Finca. And if all the panel members can please join us for a group photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you, panel members. We'll be commencing with the panel discussion in exactly 1 minute, so I would request everybody to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly settle down. We are starting the second panel discussion shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please request everybody to settle down. We're starting off with the second panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much. If we can all please settle down. Okay. Yeah. 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please settle down. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please settle down. We are commencing with the second panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us now, if everybody can please settle down. Thank you so much. This brings us to the second panel discussion. If I can, yes, thank you so much. This brings us to the second panel discussion for today. We spoke about the ACCA Belt and Road Initiative. And I'm very pleased to okay. We're just waiting for everybody to settle in. I'm sorry. If everybody can quickly please settle down. We'll be starting with the keynote address next. Thank you. Thank you. So ACCA's Belt and Road Initiative. Are we ready to ride the wave of growth? We've had a lot of discussion around that. There has been a lot of fruitful thought around what discussions we are going. Could I please request the sound people to cut the music? Thank you. Great. So we have had a lot of discussions around the BRI, the 22 BRI countries, the 65 BRI countries, 22 of those which have ACCA's presence in it. And I'm very happy and very pleased to tell you that the research report that we wrote for Pakistan includes a survey that was conducted for professionals across Pakistan, along with doing an in-depth provincial SWOT analysis. It gives me pleasure to call up on the stage Ayla Majid, the CEO of Camco Private Limited and ACCA Global Council member. She's also the young global leader for the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ayla Majid.
Thank you, Noor. Assalamu alaikum and hello, everyone. So it's really a pleasure and an honor to be here representing the global ACCA community and the council. The discussion that has happened just before this little break, I think it was really inspiring, and it's that really sort of charge the brain, and one is now thinking that how the digital revolution will change the global economics, the global geography. So I will be talking about the One Belt, One Road, ACCA's initiative in Belt and Road BRI, and also about CPEC. But later on, I'll also cover a little bit about what is the digital space in One Belt, One Road. Okay. All right. So, of course, when we talk about One Belt, One Road, of course, CPEC is the most important part of that, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. There were a lot of apprehensions when it came to CPEC. There were a lot of questions, etc., for One Belt, One Road, as well as CPEC. So ACC has thought that it is our job as well to create awareness and make people know that what this is about, what are the opportunities in it, and how can they become relevant to this entire big debate. And of course, earlier we were talking about race for relevance as well. So what you see here is one of the two reports. There are many others. So these are the two reports that are done for collaboration or the opportunities between Pakistan and China. One talks about what are the economic benefits, and one talks about the Belt and Road Initiative and how Chinese companies are getting ready and sort of embracing this entire initiative. So really worth the read. And I believe on your table there is a paper with QR codes through which you can access these reports and many others as well. All right, so what is One Belt, One Road? So it is about connectivity, it is about economic development, it is about policy coordination. So it's really about linking the entire globe. We are talking about 60 plus countries, and each day we sort of move on, another country or another player comes on board. So countries that may not be part of the 5 or 6 corridors that are under One Belt, One Road, they're still very much becoming part of the equation, and they are benefiting from it. What are we talking about? 4.4 billion people across the globe. And huge sort of a benefit to economies around the world. And this, of course, like I said, these are the 6 corridors. Pakistan, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, listed on number 5, is one of the first ones to be developed. The other ones are the Euro-Asian Land Bridge, the Central Asia West Corridor, then the Sea Route, Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar corridor. So everybody is kind of sort of linked with it once the entire Belt and Road Initiative is fully implemented. 60 countries, only investment has increased by 18.3% year on year. And let me bring in the digital element to it, that a huge amount of this is China's digital investment in initiatives around the globe. And I would also like to sort of share here, which you perhaps may already be aware of, very recent investment of China's and financial services into acquiring 45% stake of Telenor Bank at a valuation of $410 million. I'm pretty sure down the road, the bank perhaps will be more worth more than this telecom giant. So when we look at infrastructure development, when we look at the need of sort of setting up or enabling the global economies to thrive, we are looking about $40 trillion plus of infrastructure needs. This has been predicted by McKinsey that these are the needs by 2030, and I reckon this could perhaps be even more. So when we talk about there are lots of external threats, there are lots of internal threats, there are obviously challenges that come with it. So obviously there are countries which feel that their probably sovereignty may be challenged. There are countries that may feel that their economics sort of positioning in the world that may be challenged. Yes, that will be there. And of course, they are having their own initiatives also, but I think things are going to happen. We need to embrace them. A while back, the discussion was going around artificial intelligence, whether that has come or is coming. I would like to call it virtual intelligence, or perhaps real intelligence, because it's not really artificial. It has come. We need to embrace it. Otherwise, we will become extinct. So the same sort of theory goes for countries around the world as well, that they need to join in this global initiative and find out relevance for them and then grow together. Yeah, so then of course, there are other challenges also, which are like the financial market instability. There is obviously the information, even though there is a lot of information available, reliance of very relevant information is a problem. Transparency of information is a problem. So of course, when in companies, individuals, investors, governments are making the decisions, they need to know that what kind of information they need to rely on. I mean, this is very relevant to Pakistan as well. We are getting loads and loads of information on our WhatsApp, on our social media, but we do not know that which one is authentic, which one is correct. So obviously there are challenges when it comes to implementation of One Belt, One Road and China-Pakistan Economic Corridor 2. Then obviously there's a lot of sort of, in Pakistan, a lot of stakeholders are concerned about really fast competition coming in from China. Within China also, there is disorderly competition. China is trying to tackle that. And one of the ways that they are trying to tackle that is through blockchain. Here we've been talking about blockchain and use of fintech. China is using blockchain for counterfeit as well. So looking at the economic benefits of Silk Road, or the economic benefits of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, earlier I mentioned that a $40 trillion plus is the investment in infrastructure requirements. So as part of this, if you look at this pie, roughly 70 to 75% of this is investment in energy. Then the highest number, the second highest number is roads. Then there are, then there is rail, then there is transport. So we are going in the right direction. There are, of course, questions about that. Why investment in infrastructure? Because infrastructure is linking the entire population across the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and across various nodes of One Belt, One Road. I'll take you back to 1949 when the Korean Peninsula was completely destroyed. There are some people from the military who would probably be sitting here, and they would exactly know what I'm talking about. So South Korea was completely destroyed, and General Park, the then leader, he wanted to sort of build something of his country. So one of the first things that he did, with probably aid from Germany, was to build a huge highway. And across that highway, then there are industries that came up, there are businesses that flourished, etc., etc. Where is Korea today? And one of the top economies of the world. So I think we are going in the right direction. So this is going to be really, really beneficial for Pakistan. Will create about 700 to 800,000 jobs, as various estimates are. I talked about roads. 12 to 15,000 kilometers of roads will be constructed. We are looking at, earlier I talked about the digital economy, and financial services has come in. China's own digital economy is about 30.03% of their entire GDP. And these giants coming into Pakistan and spreading their digital knowledge and spreading their sort of footprint here in Pakistan. And of course, we have a lot of local players who are contributing to this, like Finca Bank, Sim, Mobilinks, Jazz, Telenor's Easy Paisa, etc. We are talking about going towards digital. And when we talk about China-Pakistan Economic Corridor or One Belt, One Road, we must not disregard the one of the digital pillars of it. Yeah. So there's a lot that is going to happen. ACCA recently conducted a survey in Pakistan, and there were about over 500 respondents. The idea was to sort of get to know what is their understanding of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and what was the skill set that they needed. So a lot of questions were asked, and there was an assessment made as to whether entities and individuals and professionals are ready to embrace China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So we saw that there was like a really varying sort of responses, but largely the feel was that a lot of companies have to sort of, they need to, a lot of companies and individuals, they really need to sort of work on this. There are a lot of strengths, there are a lot of weaknesses as well, there are threats, there are opportunities, but looking at what is the way forward, we need to understand, we need to analyze what is there, we need to develop our new skills, otherwise we will become extinct, and lastly, we need to prepare. And last but not the least, I would like to sort of again stress a lot on the digital One Belt, One Road. And China's digital economy and digital force is really a force to reckon with. China is investing a lot in digital ventures around the world. You perhaps may have heard of China's BAT, which is Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent. Alibaba has already come in. Perhaps these other players will also come in. They in their own country, BAT invest about, they contribute 42% in terms of venture capital investment. So we need to look at that, how we can sort of bring that here in Pakistan. By 2035, there are various stakeholders, and those of Tencent also, they claim that it's not going to be digital economy, the entire economy will be digital in China. China is working a lot in this space. If we look at the digital transactions, and when we in the earlier panel we talked about the financial inclusion, I think through the digital tools it is the fastest way to grow. The digital transactions in China last year, the record of, if we compare it to the global, more than 42% were transactions from China. US was 24%, and the rest of the world was 33%. So I think when we talk about emerging Pakistan and how we are going to sort of touch this from 5 to 7% growth, or bring up our global competitiveness index from 115 to 50 or even less, what Sajid mentioned earlier, I think this is what we really need to sort of look at, and these are the tools how we can do it with. Finally, I'll just leave you with some of the things, because we talk about a lot of sort of perception issues. We talk a lot about threats that are there. We need to look slightly beyond that and also read on what is China doing. So I'll just share a very quick list of what China is doing and has been doing, and something from a very recent reports. China is able to grow rice from seawater. China will be the leading player in artificial intelligence, whereas an average user of social media would spend about 30 minutes on Snapchat. There is a Chinese app called Taoxie, and an average user would spend about 74 minutes, and this is linked with artificial intelligence. So very user-specific data will sort of go to these people. WeChat has over 1 billion users, and WeChat is an all-inclusive of WhatsApp, SimSim Wallet, Finca, Jazz, EasyPesa, etc., all in one. Imagine the power of this social media. People can borrow, people can lend, people can transact, people can invest also. So the investing feature, I was personally very amazed to see that, like when one of my Chinese friends showed me the app, the rate was that if you invest your $1 today, you are going to get about 4.65% return. So that's really, really amazing. China will be the leader in unmanned future. China is, of course, very mindful of health, environment as well. They are aggressively working on a system for national parks. They have created robots that treat autism. They are gradually and slowly phasing out fossil fuels. And obviously, something that we saw in the recent part, that robots are becoming real citizens. So we need to sort of go beyond and really challenge our thinking cells and move ahead with what the future or what now has to offer to us. So on that note, I would encourage you to sort of look at areas where each one of you can sort of benefit. ACCA is just an enabler, and we are there to support you. ACCA globally is doing remarkable and fantastic work to enable and work with stakeholders, whether it's One Belt, One Road, or many other key sort of important thought leadership conversations. So here we are very lucky to be the part of this Pakistan leadership conversation. And we feel that the future is here, and Pakistan definitely is an emerging Pakistan, and each one of us can contribute a lot to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ayla. That sets the stage for me to invite the next esteemed panel. I'll start off by inviting the moderator, Ms. Fatma Asad Said, the Regional Director, Abacus Consulting. Fatma will be moderating the panel discussion. Mr. Jahanzeb Burana, the CEO of PBIT. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion. Mr. Hassan Daud Bhatt, Project Director, CPEC Coordinator, Ministry of Planning and Development. Thank you so much, Hassan Saab, for coming in. Mr. Omar Zahir Mir, Senior Partner at MLCC. Mr. Monis Rahman, the Chairman, CEO, and Founder, Naseeb Networks, Rosie.pk. And Mr. Hassan Khaver, Honorable Fellow at Consortium for Development Policy Research. And we'll carry on with the discussion. A few of our esteemed panel members will have to leave. So I would request, Ala, when they leave, if you can come in, because we can have more learning sessions from you on the panel as well. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. And because we are slightly short on time and constrained because two of our esteemed panelists have to depart for their other prior commitments as well. So we'll go right into the discussion. We've had a very good introduction all morning, talking about the transformation that is taking place in Pakistan from a digital perspective, from an economic perspective, and hopefully from a political perspective as well, but time will tell on that note. But it's inspirational to see that what kind of opportunities from a human capital and skill development are coming to light. And it's been a very rich discussion so far. So Ayla has set the scene very well, so I won't go into too much of the background. The focus is talking about CPEC. And when I was having a conversation with my esteemed panelists as we were preparing for this session, we were talking about not only the challenges and the problems, but also the positive aspect and the opportunities that exist in terms of transforming Pakistan. One thing I would like to request all of you to keep in mind is that while we have a discussion which should be more of a agree to disagree and having an open, candid discourse at this point in time, we should keep in mind that this is about emerging Pakistan and how do our actions benefit the long-term sustainability and an emergence of a strong nation. And that should be our main priority as we speak, as we collaborate from the government to the private sector, to the public sector, to the across industries as well, at the provincial level, at the federal level. So let's keep it from this dialogue from that perspective. I will open with Hassan Khabar. Based on the research that has been conducted, which sectors do you feel will definitely benefit directly from the CPEC coming in and opening the doors for trade and economic opportunities in Pakistan?
Thank you, Fatma. It's a pleasure to be here. In terms of which sectors, so I will try to answer that. From Chinese perspective, they are looking specifically at the textile sector, and they also have a textile cluster in Kashgar. They want to form joint ties with Pakistani industry, that is one. They are looking at cement industry, which is going to feed the Chinese construction boom. They are looking at Pakistani fertilizer industry or agri-inputs. So that is from their perspective. But once you have China-Pakistan economic corridor, like a transport corridor, you are going to have a lot of investments in logistics and transportation sector. After that, if some Chinese industry decides to relocate to Pakistan, of course, the services sector is also going to benefit. Now, this is more of the Chinese plan and what will be a consequence of that. From a Pakistani perspective, I think what we need to remember that a corridor, it goes two ways. It's not just it's coming from China to Pakistan, it's also going from Pakistan to China. So I think especially for agri products, that is going to bring in a lot of benefits. There are some tariff and non-tariff barriers there which exist, but from a Pakistani perspective, distances can play a great role in increasing your competitive advantage. And I think that can also be an area for future investment.
Okay, thank you very much. So highlighting definite impact on certain sectors, across sector, there will be obviously impact because there's a merging of different sectors. What were traditionally not direct competitors are now direct competitors with the advent of technology. But one of the key components or the ingredients to the success would be the role of the government. So Hassan Saab, what are the steps that the government is taking to provide a more conducive environment, not only ensuring visibility, but actionable steps to collaborate with the private sector and take this conversation forward?
You know, when in 2013 we were talking about CPEC and when the two governments were engaging in dialogue, immediately then the leadership on both sides realized that we have to work on the economy. It's not just about a corridor which is linking north-south. It's about connectivity of policy. It's about connectivity of trade, finance, education sector, and the other sector that Hassan has just mentioned. The government on its part did its own study along with the Chinese experts, and we made a monographic study on the infrastructure as well as on the finance, trade, and some of the areas that we need to immediately embark on, so that we could take CPEC in the path that has been envisioned by the leadership. So the government worked on energy sector, and I just highlighted some of the areas that the government has achieved a lot of success, and it could only happen by synergizing the effort of all the sectors. You know, like the energy sector, which constitutes around 75% of the overall portfolio of CPEC. It's all investment. It's all private sector coming into the game, and investing in areas and investing in social sector development. If you go to third, you would see private sector actually contributing towards socio-economic development of the country, and then of course leveraging from what benefits they could. So what government is doing right now is, and been doing, and we've been having series of debates. We have tried ourselves to be present in occasions like these, events like this, where there's positive energy all around. We have ACCA contributing to the Belt and Road, and also going to all the chambers, business chambers, FPC. I have myself gone there. Also, our minister and deputy chairman planning commission has visited all the chambers, and we've talked about the possibilities. And I would just like to add to what Hassan has said. When we were having our discussion on the finance and trade part, it was made clear to the Chinese, and also Chinese on their part highlighted to us, that they would not disturb our pillar industries, which of course textile is one of them. So they would encourage joint ventures. And in May last year, with former Prime Minister, I was part of the delegation which went and had discussion in the Belt and Road Forum, and also we went to meet Jack Ma. They also highlighted the possibilities that are there in the private sector for Pakistan. So we are reaching out to the private sector, telling them about the opportunities. Recently, we had these Chinese experts on special economic zone visiting Pakistan. So we invited all the chambers to visit, including the FPCCI. We invited the government officials and private sector representative from all the provincial government to come and discuss in petrochemical, in iron and steel, in textile, in agri-based possibilities. So we're reaching out in our way, but we really want to thank ACCA for having a debate on CPEC and Belt and Road Initiative and the opportunities that are.
So positive dialogue.
Yeah.
And when collaboration is obviously achieved when we are open to different perspectives and engaging. So just leading on from that, Janze, when we talk about the Punjab government and the commitment towards investment and trade, there is the focus on the economic zones that have been set up and the economic corridors which will be linked up and integrated with how do you do business with ease as well. So could you shed light on what the vision is for these economic zones that are being set up?
So just to preface that, the industrial cooperation between China and Pakistan is the next sort of phase of the CPEC. So as we sort of build on the investments that have happened within the infrastructure and energy space, the sort of emphasis now is to start moving towards industrial cooperation, and that's where the special economic zones come in, right? So special economic zones are a key pillar of that strategy for bringing more structure into industrial cooperation. The idea is that in Punjab, we have already one successful special economic zone that is attracting international investments, where major brand names are coming in, from around the world. So we want to build on that momentum and now actually have, special economic zones that we're working with BOI on that are called priority SEZs. That are coming within the framework of CPEC, right? So to start out, we are looking at 1 to 2 special economic zones in Punjab that would be part of the framework of CPEC. And what that essentially means is that what we're looking at is partnering with Chinese developers, special economic zone developers, who can come in and actually help develop those special economic zones and then also help attract the right kind of industry from China that would that would sort of move in for various reasons, right? The sort of labor cost differential is one part of it, and there are other reasons that one could talk about. So that's very much a part of what we're looking at as a key pillar of the industrial cooperation phase of CPEC.
Okay, thank you. So economic zones, obviously there is a vision, there is a strategy, but obviously the systems and the procedures have to be facilitative enough and easy enough to encourage greater entrepreneurship, as well as the ventures that are already established to move forward, whether it's through with China or whether it is independent in terms of giving Pakistani entrepreneurs that opportunity. Now, the next logical sequence would be, Monis, when you talk about human capital. And through your collaboration of Rosie and the Pak China Chamber of Commerce, in terms of linking up the supply and demand. So you have the talent coming in and where do they go? And then what Ayla was saying, that almost 800,000 jobs are being created. Statistics also show that on an annual basis, Pakistan's workforce is increasing by 2 million every year. So how will this enable the right opportunities to the right people, to the right talent? And are we doing enough to allow them to develop their skills in sync with the challenges that are coming up?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. We have two kind of booms happening at the same time. CPEC presents an opportunity for kind of an economic boom, a big bang. And I think the after effect of the projects that are outlined, the construction, the roads, the trade, that's going to have a multiplier effect on the actual job creation. And it's very important for us to seize that opportunity, and I think we need to seize it in a deliberate way. Chinese organizations that are entering the country right now are rather opaque from a local perspective. Local talent has a difficult time reaching those Chinese organizations. There's a cultural barrier, there's a language impediment, there's a cultural impediment. And the idea of building a jobs platform for CPEC opportunity is to raise awareness and to bridge those kind of gaps. A lot of effort is going to be needed from the Pakistani side to push to make that happen. It will not happen organically. So I think the burden of effort comes on us. And as you rightfully pointed out, we have a population that's very young. About 54% of the population is under 21. It's emerging into the workforce. They need jobs. And there's going to be a spillover effect from all of this. So it should be a big win for jobs if we play our cards right. I want to emphasize we need to be proactive in that effort, because there could also be a scenario where local talent doesn't get the exposure it needs with the opportunities that are going to enter. And just on the back of that, I've been hearing all of the wonderful opportunities that may emerge in textiles and agriculture. But one of the sectors that I think we're largely ignoring and that our youth is geared towards and our kind of ecosystem is growing towards is online. We've seen a massive increase in online skill sets, in online opportunity, in the growth of the market size in online. As Ayla pointed out, about 30% of the Chinese economy is online. About $1 trillion of transactions happen in e-commerce in China. The first few transactions we've seen as kind of a spillover effect of CPEC has been the Ant Financial deal, Alibaba deal, where they are investing, or they will be investing, close to $500 million in the next year or two into the online ecosystem of Pakistan. But yet, that opportunity doesn't seem to be on the radar of the key stakeholders on our side in the government. We're oblivious to this amazing growth that we're seeing in Pakistan of smartphones, in a payment ecosystem, in online growth, and we need to have a focus there as well, because it presents a huge, huge opportunity, not just for the ecosystem, but in terms of jobs and in terms of creation of enterprises. Your entrepreneurs in Pakistan have been struggling online, and we're seeing a lot of influx of Chinese investment, which could dramatically change the ecosystem. The challenge right now will be whether Pakistanis can capitalize on those opportunities or whether those opportunities will dwarf the efforts of the local entrepreneurs because they don't have the same access to resources.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then as an extension of the entrepreneurship that you have mentioned, we need to look at not only the ease of business, ease of doing business, but also the infrastructure that supports it. So yes, the human capital have to upgrade and enhance, but on a focused and aligned manner. And in order to obviously promote entrepreneurship, Umar, we were talking about the tax framework that we have and the tax regime that we have. So that is a very significant component of encouraging and enhancing how businesses grow within Pakistan, whether it is through joint ventures or it's through your national companies that you have or local companies that you have. So could you give us some insight in terms of what are the possible changes that should be brought into place as far as the tax regime are concerned, and what are the gaps that exist?
Okay, that's a fantastic question, Fatma. Being honored to be representing Pakistan on Global Tax Forum, we get a chance to interact with top-notch tax professionals from across the globe, see what's happening in all those countries, including China itself. In my capacity as chair of ACC's Taxation Committee, I also get the chance to interact with federal as well as provincial taxation authorities. Being a part of Chamber's various initiatives, I'm also in the position to get the feedback from the businessmen, how they are viewing the opportunity and what their actual concerns are. Then being a managing partner for corporate services at MLCC, Millennium Law and Corporate Company, which happens to be the pioneer ACCA practicing firm in Pakistan, we also get the chance to touch base with the real businessman, their day-to-day issues, the taxation related. So this actually puts me in a unique position where I can share with you very frankly some of the good stuff that's happening and some of the serious improvements which perhaps can make this opportunity even better. One thing which everyone hears a lot is, okay, everything related to CPEC is tax exempt. That's the common perception in masses' mind. Okay, that is a policy decision and fair enough. But there are some certain questions. We have some very interesting taxation regulations which need serious consideration. For example, we have a section 111 subsection 4, which means that any business doing a joint venture in Pakistan, any big investor, which might not be doing things very much by the book before, would be inclined not to be a part of the process because they would be hesitant by existence of that law, which can put their interest in a jeopardy. Similarly, we have foreign exchange regulations. Just yesterday, Sajid and I were discussing about certain issues which needs to be improved, especially when you are talking about global businesses and partnerships where the foreign investments would be coming in and definitely profits would be repatriating. That's an area which needs serious consideration and work upon. Similarly, if we look at certain provisions of the Economic Reform Act, which, to be honest, belong to a gone era that was introduced in 1992. We are now sitting in 2018. The challenges have changed. We just talk about block data, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, CPEC bringing all these regulations in. Yes, we have made CPEC tax exempt. What about the local joint ventures? My esteemed colleagues were mentioning here, with all these provisions, the businesses would not feel very comfortable straight away going into the regulations than they would if these provisions were probably amended in light of the goals, the strategic goals that we want to achieve, and in order to actually appreciate the businesses, the local businesses, to come and join hands with the Chinese. I mean, you would remember in our pre-session discussion, our government representative here was also frankly sharing that why the businesses are not coming forward as much as we would like them to join hands with Chinese. There are many reasons which we'll be discussing as the session go along, but this is perhaps one of the major reasons. Many of our laws are contradictory. They need upgradation. We have introduced certain laws like exempting the CPEC related projects, but we have gray areas, particularly pertaining to joint ventures by local businesses with the foreign companies. And that's an area we need to focus on.
Okay, so upgrade is definitely there, but it has to be given much more thought and action. So as an extension of that, Janzeb, we talked about the economic zones as well. What are the steps that the Punjab government have taken to address the tax regime and also provide a more conducive environment going forward?
Yeah, so taxation is certainly a very important issue that was highlighted. Look, the Punjab government, I think, is doing a lot of work, not just with the focus of CPEC, but generally to ensure the ease of doing business piece, which you talked about, which is to make sure that we streamline the processes, the procedures, shorten the lead times that it takes to get things done, etc. And this is where I see a lot of effort at the highest level, where from the Planning and Development Department and the government to the Punjab Information Technology Board, the PITB, all coming together using the right technology platforms and actually digitalizing a lot of stuff to really start a one-window facilitation, which would be launched soon, which is to ensure that businesses that are either coming into the special economic zones, outside special economic zones, they can actually go through literally the one window, right? So actually it's about adding meat to the one window facilitation process. And we in the Punjab Board of Investment and Trade have similarly taken that to the next level by really making sure that we also start to do a lot of the policy advocacy work around that, right? And this is where one thing that I'd like to point out, which is I think very pertinent, is that in the context of CPEC, and partly this speaks to the point that Munis raised, there is a need to have the right labor laws, right, and the right labor policy, especially given the context of CPEC, where you have Chinese investment and foreign investment that's coming in, and where you want to make sure that opens up to our local talent.
So if I summarize what you have said, because I know you're on the clock, and so is Monis, just an extension of what you're saying. So the policy in terms of the one window operation and digitization, and secondly, look at the labor policy, which is extremely essential as well. You have, Punjab being the most populous of provinces in Pakistan. Obviously, that does not mean we ignore everyone else as well, but use it as an example to replicate. So do you believe that these would be the two main policy mandates that you would put into place or suggest when we talk about emerging Pakistan?
Absolutely. I think you summarized it really well. Labor really shows up at the top, because you want to make sure that this can be phased, but you want to make sure that as Chinese and other foreign investments come in, if not immediately, in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, there's a certain amount of percentage of local talent that's ensured a spot. And the digitization piece is just, it's you can't do without it, right? I mean, this is where, when we're talking conversations in the last panel on blockchain and artificial intelligence, we need to get the ease of doing business ranking up, and the digitization piece is going to play a very important role in that.
Okay, and Monis, if we talk about this, the same question that I've posed to Janzeb as well, about the two top policy choices regarding emerging Pakistan and the conversation that we're having right now. We can look at it from a human capital perspective, and also from a equity and capital that is coming in to enable entrepreneurial startups that are mushrooming in Pakistan.
So look, I mean, it's clear that CPEC presents a very interesting opportunity, across the board. I think the government must play a much more aggressive role in ensuring that Pakistanis reap the rewards of this economic activity. And if we're not proactive and aggressive about it, we could definitely lose out. I'm operating, our jobs platform as well in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has very strict laws on Saudiization. If you're a company operating in the kingdom, you have to have a certain amount of, or a percentage of Saudi labor to operate. And this forces employers to upgrade the skill sets of the local workforce because they need to meet that quota in order to operate. The government should mandate something like this. If you're a Chinese organization operating in Pakistan, a certain percentage of your workforce must be from this country in Pakistan. If you're a Chinese company that's coming in and exploring the online space, you must have stakeholders from within the ecosystem. If you look at what's going on now in e-commerce alone, if Alibaba enters and invests the quantum of capital we're expecting, it's going to dwarf a lot of the local industries. So you don't want those industries to be destroyed as a consequence. You want growth in the economy. So from a policy perspective, I think the government really needs to step up. It needs to wake up. It needs to be aggressive. And it needs to ensure that policies are created to ensure that local workforce and entrepreneurs get a fair share of the opportunities that are going to enter.
And this perspective also opens up the question of ethics and good governance, by the way. So there have been examples. I've also engaged with some of the Chinese investors and business leaders that have come in. And there is a bit of a trust deficit and the confidence that they have in the leaders, not only whether it's the government or the business sector. So that also needs to be managed from an ethical standpoint. So I would just add to what you have said.
Yeah, and if I could just interject, I think you're absolutely right. And, you know, we had a meeting with the ambassador, great conversation. Everybody was being polite. There's a cultural kind of expectation. The mistrust is going to come from everybody saying the right thing, but it not being implemented in practice. We need to build transparency by instituting the policies that are very clear upfront. And the example of that is what I was implying from a labor inclusion.
Yeah, okay. I believe both of you are on a clock, but thank you so much. A round of applause. They have excused themselves from the panel. Thank you for your insights. We won't have the privilege of asking you questions, so maybe some other time. Thank you. Do we need to give them some? Okay. Ayla, would you like to join us? Thanks. So just as an extension of Hassan Saab, jo abhi baat ho rahi thi, what Monas and Janzeb were mentioning, the government's role and the challenges that are being faced in terms of policy changes and policy mandates that have to be in place to take this forward. So we talked about the labor law revision, we talked about the tax regime, but I believe that some insight into good governance and ethical standpoint in terms of integrity to take this forward, to build that confidence from an investment perspective as well. What steps would the government be taking or is taking at this point in time at the federal level?
I would just take on from the question, from the remarks that were made here. And,
could you just move this?
I'll be a little louder.
Okay, thank you.
It's always difficult to sell the government's narrative, but I'll try my best. You see, what makes us to believe that the government is not aware of the challenges that we have? Are we not aware that there are 200 million more fresh graduates coming out and entering the? It's a challenge for the government and the economists working for the government, and there are few working for the government. Trust me, they are aware of what's coming, the storm that is coming on, and CPEC exactly is one of the initiatives that the government has taken. So what again makes you to believe that when we were working on, making roads and energy and some of the other sector, we were not aware that we need to generate jobs for our young population? No government on earth brings project to lose their government. They only bring projects to generate jobs, to create an environment where their government can have, continuity, isn't it? So for that, we're following we have for the engineering part, we have the Engineering Council's directive to have 70% of local labor. Also in the incentives that are being offered in the economic zone, and I'll speak for all the economic zone, not only for Punjab, we've set targets of 80% local employment. So the incentives would only be given to the enterprises that would have 80% local employment, and also would have, based on the environmental concern that we have, bring in energy industry that is not, the technology is not older than 5 years, and the other incentives based on export driven industries. So these are the factors that the government is working on. And now coming on the ethics part, you know, we are entering into an era where there is change coming, whether people like it or not, whether the naysayers like it or not, the change is coming, and we have to embrace the change. We have to work on the capacity. I see, and I, you know, attend almost all the conference where SN Iqbal is not there, then I'm representing the government. We hear so much of Chinese schools being open, and you know, Chinese language centers being open. I did 1 year course before I went as a diplomat to China for 4 years, and the time that I entered the airport in Beijing, I realized that my Chinese was not even Urduish, you know.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of capacity that we're growing. And I did 1 year course, you know, intensive language course.
Definitely, everyone
So we
starts
need to,
here learning
we
Chinese.
besides the ethics, we need to work on capacity. Each one of us, we know that the Chinese are there. And when I was speaking to the UK Prime Minister's delegation, trade delegation that visited Pakistan recently, and I said, you have to come and invest in these economic zones before the Chinese come with their bags full of dollars and yuan.
Yeah.
You know, so there are incentives available for local investors. There are incentives available for joint ventures. The government is reaching out. The government understands the necessity to have ease of doing business. The Board of Investment has been given this explicit task to work on ease on doing business, and they are actually working on this. We regularly have this meeting at the Prime Minister's office working on, but we need input more. And I was just talking to you, in last year that I have been the project director for CPAC, I have not received even one recommendation from any university, any business council doing such seminars that such are our recommendations. We keep speaking on what we like in different languages, but we do not engage the government. They need to send us our recommendations, and there are business, government agencies which are responsible, and and on part of our, and I'll just take a minute more, on our vision to work on the capacity enhancement. What we've done is that we've engaged HEC. HEC is now working on their Vision 2025, and we have linked their Vision 2025 with the long-term plan of CPAC. You know, the long-term plan of CPAC is available on the website of Government of Pakistan Planning Commission. Actually, we worked 4 years, and if I ask this question, how many of us have read that long-term plan of CPAC? I think there would be few only raising hands. Yeah, few, I said. So I would request each one of you sitting here to work on the long-term plan of CPAC. Please engage with the government, send us your recommendations, and definitely the government will look to work on it.
Thank you very much. I think it's very heartening that you are encouraging a two-way dialogue and encouraging feedback. Whether it's viable or not, I think that's a separate conversation. But I believe that communication is key, and that's one of the strategic challenges that we need to manage going forward. But Hassan, you were talking earlier, we were talking about what are the sectors that are opening up, and given the positive messages that are coming in from the federal and the provincial governments as well. In your opinion, and based on the research that you've done at your think tank at the institute that you represent, what do you feel are the main challenges that are being highlighted, and how is it aligned to what we have heard so far?
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, and there are two sets of challenges. So I was listening with very, very keen intent and attention of what my esteemed panelists were saying. I think we need to somehow change our strategy about special economic zones. And I say that because the purpose of special economic zones is to address the problems your businesses are facing in the country otherwise. And I will give you an example. So for example, if you cannot use social media in China, Chinese are considering to open use of social media in free trade zones. If you cannot get access to good taxation people, possibly you need to address that. And when you go and talk to businesses, again and again, they talk about electricity. Thanks to the present government, that problem is solved. But they talk about multiple taxation by the provincial governments, by the federal government. They talk about labor inspectorates and compliance regimes. And our focus on special economic zones has been more on infrastructure and tax holiday. And that makes it attractive for people to come, but that does not solve the problem. And we have two examples at our hand. Chinese have had a very successful run with SEZs, and India has had a great failure with SEZs because they did not do complementing reforms. And I think that is where, now that's like a very, very challenging issue because that's where the 18th Amendment comes in. That's where the interprovincial coordination issues come in. But if I have set up a shop in an economic zone and I can give my papers to one window, but then I have to follow it up at FBR, at Labour Department Punjab, at others, then really I'm not getting the full benefit of it. So that's one. The second issue is that we have talked about economic zones, but to me, CPEC is still pretty much a transport corridor. And there is a lot that needs to be done to really make it an economic corridor. Any transport corridor will become an economic corridor over time, right? So this old Mauryan route, which Sher Shah Suri updated in 16th century, economic activities did happen along the route, but we do not have centuries to wait for. And if we have to do it quickly, we need to develop an economic corridor. And what do we mean by that? So if, for example, 3, 4, 5, or 6 cities are lying on that corridor, we need to develop them as nodes, right? And what does it entail? It entails, let's suppose we are talking about Lahore or Gujranwala or Karachi or Quetta or any city. So we need to talk about an economic development plan, that how do we want economy of that city to go and contribute to the corridor. Then once we have that, we need to worry about the spatial planning, and then we need to provide top-notch urban services. Now the problem I see is that there is no single agency responsible for that work. So for example, economic development, there is no agency which will do economic development plan of cities. The local governments are not empowered enough. The provincial government has its own problems to deal with. And the spatial planning is left to the urban units of the world, which have no say in the economic development. And urban services are divided in a complex web of provincial and local agencies. To me, we are trying to use 18th century governance structures to achieve a vision of the 21st century. That's not going to happen. And that's my worry.
All right, so that links up, and that's a very interesting insight into what does it mean to be progressive and futuristic. And we talked about technology in the first half of this morning as well. So in order to be progressive, we need to also look at transforming the systems and the way we do business at all levels as well. So your policy suggestions, top policy suggestions, would talk about urban planning and having spatial planning from a perspective of how do we take the CPEC challenge and other challenges that face the country forward. Ayla, what about your perspective on what do you think are the two main focus areas that we should have in an emerging Pakistan?
I think the discourse that we are having here, some of it comes from sort of a little insecurity that stakeholders and businesses in Pakistan have. And that is actually regardless of CPEC or One Belt, One Road coming in. It's because of the policies that exist in this country, whether they are the most competitive or not. When we talk about emerging Pakistan, we talk about improving ease of doing business. We talk about improving our global competitiveness index, obviously seeking foreign investment, but also looking at the investment that needs to come in from within the country. So, and here, post 2014, all of a sudden CPEC comes in where we had not resolved our internal issues. And then this giant came in and people start to feel threatened threatened. So I think what we essentially need to do is, I think, Daud, we not only need to sort of have these conversations, we need to have more and more of these, because when we sit across on the table, this is when we understand each other. There was a mention with regards to the plan for new cities. I'm aware that the Planning Commission had done a document, a plan on developing new cities. Obviously, these major metropolises that we have in Pakistan, they're just not sufficient. Now, along the route, I would say it's not going to take centuries, but the way things now move on, and given the technology, given the kind of understanding of the global knowledge and the local knowledge, we can sort of work together. There are a lot of problems, both on the government side as well as the private sector side. I think the private sector also needs to tighten its belt, and we need to be probably running even faster to sort of cope up and take on these opportunities. I think one of the things that we perhaps need to do is that a lot of great work that is being done by the private sector, by professional organizations, by the government, all needs to sort of come into one big national data center, or sort of a platform where it's available to anyone and everyone.
So it's centralized.
Yes. Transparency of information, yes. I would say, yes, that is definitely key. And when we talk about Chinese not having trust in us, it sort of goes other way as well. We really need to, again, work together. And these probably 1 or 2 years of understanding each other, teething problems, it will eventually lead to something much more better.
So I'm just going to now open the floor because we're running out of time. But from a conclusion perspective, I believe there's a lot of rich insight from the government, federal government perspective, from the taxation perspective, from as a business leader and an entrepreneur, and the think tank, and the two esteemed panelists who unfortunately could not stay on. It just shows that, one, there is a lot of work that is being done, a lot of thought that has been given, but how we need to move forward, as Daud Saab has also said, a more collaborative dialogue, which will enable us to move forward in an aligned fashion. Even Hassan, jo aapne kaha, urban planning ka, I think that's absolutely essential. Look at the way Lahore has just grown, or maybe Islamabad has grown, and other cities and towns have grown. It's very erratic. And also we'll have issues of infrastructure, utilities. Water is becoming a huge crisis right now. 15 years down the road, studies are showing Lahore will be out of water, just like Karachi struggles at this point in time. So there's not enough being done in terms of addressing these challenges. And the CPEC opens up, if we're going to move so fast, then all of the infrastructure, utilities, technology advancement has to be managed in a very structured and focused and aligned manner. So on that note, I'll open up the floor. Ji. Aapki awaaz nahi.
It's not on.
Yeah, it's not on.
Hello.
Ji.
Okay. If you can just focus on the conversation, you can see a gulf there. The government's perspective is we are communicating. We are not getting enough responses. The businesses are saying we are unaware. That was one of the key points I wanted to make. Look, CPEC, I'm a very strong proponent of that. The investment that's coming into Pakistan is more than the foreign direct investment in Pakistan since 1970. More FDI than the last half century. Nobody is going to give it to you for free. It's your own responsibility to ensure your interests are protected. ACCA had a session on CPEC in Faisalabad Chamber about a couple of weeks ago. I went there on behalf of ACCA. And after the session, we have people coming from Mashahid Hussein's PCI as well, collaborating with ACCA. After the session, when I was having a frank talk with the businessman, especially the chamber officials, including the president and general secretary, they were clueless on many things. Now, these are those people who are directly interacting not only with the government functionaries, but as well as the embassies. I mean, government functionaries are doing a tremendous job. Perhaps a focus need to be driven more on taking the initiative, Instead of expecting the businesses to reach out to you, reach out to the business. I'm going to do a very shocking thing and appreciate FBR here. Every year they send out a circular to all the major bodies, business associations, that we are about to send proposals for the budget. Please share your proposals. Obviously, they need to extend their reach in that. Perhaps a similar exercise was needed before. Anyway, never cry over spilled milk. We still have time. Do this now. Reach out to people. Many of the confusions simply exist to a lack of information. As Ayla said, lack of transparency. People just don't know. And when you don't know about something, change is scary, but not having information about the change is more scary.
But that's a very important point that you've highlighted. It's not just about communication and lack of transparency, but it's also the capacity of the people to understand and the skills and the knowledge that they have to enable these changes that are taking place.
And
so the
perhaps,
conversation is not meaningful because the knowledge is not there.
Perhaps that's where ACCA and similar organizations can come in. Government can join hands with the private sector. Government can't do everything by itself. They need to focus more on partnershiping with the private sector, get them on board, trust them, and then see the results.
Thank you. And I think that's very valuable if we can actually, as you said, partner and collaborate. And what does it mean? We keep on saying we have to collaborate, but the openness of dialogue and accepting that we need to agree and disagree and identify that there are gaps, there are positives as well as challenges and areas for improvement, but we need to address it together and not say it's you versus us. That cannot be there. Unfortunately, we have a long way to go because our psyche, unfortunately, is also, I was just talking to Daud Saab as well, कि हम थोड़े से emotional हैं as a nation. And we tend to be more, we tend to personalize. No offense to anyone, with all due respect, हम personalize बहुत कर देते हैं, egos को सामने ले आते हैं, vested interests are above national interests, and that's where we derail. So from a regional perspective, even if we look at our neighbors, they're rising because the focus is the national interest. Why can't we have companies who are succeeding on the international level? If our neighbors in India have the Godrej's and the Ambanis and the Tatas, why can't Pakistan have such emerging companies and organizations as well? So the collaboration model is the emerging Pakistan, and the collaboration is that spirit of positivity and putting the national interest before at all levels, whether it's the government, the private sector, even us as citizens of this particular nation. And that's how we will build a greater nation. So on that note, I'd like to open the floor. I have a question right in front.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Razi Khan. First of all, I would like to appreciate the work that, what is being done by the Planning Commission. I really appreciate that because a lot of effort has gone in, but somehow we don't know about it. So that is the first thing. Related from that, I wanted to know that, has any organization, including Planning Commission, has done a study from Chinese point of view that these are the things that, we'll be needing from Pakistan? And is there a roadmap which has been stipulated that, we have to do this, this, this? So this is the first part of the question. And the second part is, because obviously I'll give opportunity to other people, that at the moment what is happening is that, we have got two policies running at the same time. On one hand, we want FDI, where we are going to repatriate the profits and all that. But at the same time that, we have to have the policies of I would say, Stone Age, where we want to control the foreign exchange and everything. So how that Planning Commission is addressing that, and how that they see the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Both the questions are from me. So, in terms of, and I want to highlight two important facts. One is that Belt and Road Initiative and CPEC have similar age and sort of similar vision. How is that? And I'll explain, and I hope you give me more time. When in 2013, when the vision of Belt and Road Initiative was being spoken by President Xi during his visit to Indonesia. We were talking about CPEC. In a similar time frame, in around April 2013, the CPEC MOU was signed, and a month later, the President Xi gave out his vision for. So now in 2015, we did some exercise with China Development Bank. We were working on the long-term plan, but before that, we realized that there is a need to understand the kind of capacity that Pakistan has to build, and also on their side, they need to understand the areas that where they could do collaboration. So in 2015, when President Xi gave his vision for Belt and Road Initiative, Pakistan launched its monographic study, 2015, in which we have worked on all the areas. Like we worked on the kind of improvement that we require in our transport sector, which of course, if it's just a corridor, transport corridor, also in our financial understanding, because we need to, bring Belt and Road Initiative to Pakistan. And how? Because it's only through connectivity of policies. So in 2013, the long-term, the initial MOU. 2015, we have this monographic study, and the Chinese gave their vision of Belt and Road Initiative. And in 2017, we have our long-term plan released, and they had their Belt and Road Forum, in which Pakistan was really was demonstrated as a champion. And if you remember President Xi's speech, he only spoke about Gwadar and Pakistan, and the rest was all general. And I was there, and it was really heartening to see. So we are working on a roadmap together, both our experts on the now, as was highlighted, we are entering into the industrial development zone. So Chinese, it's only in China that they've taken so many people out of poverty in so little time. So we want to emulate that model. We want to learn from their experience. And of course, Hassan has highlighted about the special economic zone. They also have these, they call them zombie special economic zones. So we are asking them for handholding on making our policies. Of course, we are also working with them on the incentives that we can offer to the world at large. And of course, and the best thing that is happening in the process is that the West is getting interested. They're seeing so much of Chinese investment coming to us, and they're getting interested. And we have visit by Western experts and business community visiting us. I totally agree that so much of work has been done in last. It's 23 projects worth 27 billion are in active implementation. We have around, if we work on the projects that have been approved in principle, they're more than about 56 billion. Already 23 billion, 27 billion on ground. So the government, but we had these issues of synergizing the process. But what really helped CPEC in its initial days, and it's helping us now in our CPEC Secretariat and the Center of Excellence that we have for engaging the business community, is that each of the sector of the government is really ready to embrace Belt and Road opportunities of Belt and Road and CPEC. So that's helping me a lot. When I go to the military and give them briefing on CPEC, when we give briefing to the National Security Committee, when we give briefing to the chambers, at the end, everybody realizes that we've also had series of discussion with Faisalabad Chamber, by the way. But anyway, they have their own agenda. And somehow, and I'll be candid in what saying, I keep saying this to the business chamber, that you should be named as, National Assembly of Pakistan, because there's more politics being done in those chambers than anywhere else. So, but that's besides the point, really. So we have a roadmap. So we're working with the Chinese right now. We're working with our own homegrown experts with them. My presence here is part of the engagement process that we're doing, and we have opened out more. I agree with some of these speakers here that initially the government was little wary of opening out in a massive way, because hamare yahan, I wanted to use a Punjabi term, but I will say that before the town is, the new urban center are set up, there are people challenging those, and you can translate it into Punjabi. So we had challenges. We आप अखबार में सर एक नेगेटिव खबर हेडलाइन होती है, 10 पॉजिटिव खबरें जो हैं सीपैक की आखिर में इतनी सी जगह लेती हैं. So these are the challenges we have. But fortunately, ACCA and other, in this room, if you look at the banners around, you would see positivity. And Pakistan is emerging. Or roadmap, government ka hai, but the government also needs to improve. There are sectors that we need to work on our taxation. We need to work on ease on doing business. But if you look at the stats of last 4 years, we have climbed up the ladder, slightly though, but we have climbed a ladder, and also in other some aspect that we working on. हमें सर taxation पे, finance and trade पे we need to work. We need to work on our banking policy. We talk of supporting SME sector, but does our banking sector, whether it's government banks or, do they support SME? Do they give loans to SME? They only support big names. And these are the challenges government have. We want to support entrepreneurs coming into private undertaking. So, and on the other part of FDI, I do not have the answer of your question, your second question. Why? Because after 2 years of research as a project director, I was just sharing it with Fatma that we have 12 questions. अगर आप literature उठा लें, do your own research, ऐसी 12 question होंगे सर, कि मैं आपको 3-4 बता देता हूँ, and because we have our own, I hope we do not have a foreign, so I can speak in Urdu. Yes. कि East India company आ जाएगी. भाई आप, the world is changing. There are no boundaries for knowledge. There are no boundaries for investors. I was fortunately, before coming to CPAC, I was a diplomat in Laos. I was a diplomat in Cambodia, Laos and Cambodia together, Vietnam for 4 years, and then China, and then I was a selection for this place. मतलब है वो लोग, they are asking for more in FDIs. We are asking for more FDI. The government is working, but then there is a news coming in कि जी East India Company. And each one of us, अगर आप अपने दिल पे हाथ लगा के इस वक्त पूछें कि क्या East India Company वाले जो notion है, क्या have you done the buy-in for that? Most of us would, if we are realistic, will say yes. So we need to build up our capacity. हमें अपने education, आप मुझे बताइए सर कि I teach when I was taking for CPAC, I was teaching in हमारी quality of education का क्या हाल है? And when you compare and I understand that the government has to do more. I understand that HEC had to improve, but ladies and gentlemen, I would request that we should not expect CPAC to clean our dirty linen. We have to do it differently. We have to do it in an open dialogue. But CPAC is as an opportunity. It should be taken as an opportunity. Government ko sir FDI chahiye because for its survival. This country needs FDI, and trust me, sir, our business community needs to do joint ventures because we need to improve our capacity, and this can only happen through joint ventures.
We need to move on.
I've made a debate on this.
Thank you so much. So it's a more of an introspective approach and ensuring that the positive message, but at least you have highlighted that there are challenges, there are gaps that need to be addressed. But what needs to be done, and that's the conversation we were having during the break as well, that the positive messages and the success stories have to come out much more visibly and openly than what is not going right. But Ayla, you had a very quick comment on this.
Just a very quick comment on that. What are different organizations doing? So I'd highlighted earlier, ACC has done a research report for interviewed about 500 respondents in Pakistan, working with different companies. These were Chinese as well, these were Pakistanis as well, to understand that what are the gaps, what are the skill sets needed. So the research report is also available, the findings are also available. Just very quickly, I mean, there's a lot of homework that we need to do both at our end. That's obviously not conclusive. We need to do a lot more. We are doing it, but just to highlight that that's one such work done.
And I would also add that the government has read that report, by the way.
Other questions? Any other questions? Ji, can you just introduce and confine it to a question and not an opinion or a comment? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Of course, such a great learning fest before lunch. My name is Suhail, and all the panel discussions been spotlighting different critical success factors that what we need to make this economic development happen, the factor conditions, the talent element, the digitalization impact, and the need of capacity building. My question, what are those practical initiatives that we have taken so far to mobilize this private-public partnership opportunity? And especially when we say like our nursery is our academia, we are producing researchers, PhDs and MPhil every year. It's my personal experience. My younger sister, she was struggling to get her topic approved on like digital transformation impact on the CPAC. So, and the even professors, they were not able to accept that topic. Why? Because they don't have like kind of their own homework in this particular domain. So how planning commission and the other industry influencers, even companies like Abacus and big names in consulting who knows do's and don'ts of the game, how to make the change happen. So we are having like room full of the people who are cream of the crop somehow from the industry. Like how you have planned so far to make the collaboration happen and making that collaboration a sustainable model, because as you said,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
vested interest comes first.
Yeah.
So when we will make it sustainable, it will be your priorities. So how
Okay,
you
so
are
it's
going to do
about
that?
strengthening. Thank you very much. And I think that's a very critical question, Hassan. We were talking about the academia and the industry linkages as well, and also from a capacity and the supply and demand. And I believe some research has been done by your institute on this particular. We also talk about a practical approach when you talk about transformation in the education. So could you shed some light on this?
Very quickly, we have to realize that CPEC is relatively a new phenomenon. Research is happening. So I was personally part of 2 research studies, one on agriculture and one on industrial cooperation. And I know of many other such studies being commissioned. But it's still relatively new. As Hassan Saab, my namesake, said, that initially government was hesitant, now it's opening up. So more and more data is being available. And also, I think when we talk about CPEC, Chinese and Pakistani side agreed on broad principles. They agreed on some infrastructure projects, the 3 corridors. But after that, much of what needs to be happened has been left to the private sector to see what is the uptake of these industrial cooperation measures, both within Pakistani businesses and Chinese businesses. So I think there's a lot still to be done. And I think that is why some academics still are shying away from accepting that. But I practically know that in LUMS, in UMT and other universities, they are setting up CPEC research centers, and they are commissioning a lot of new work. So probably 2 years down the road, you would not have this question.
Omar, do you have a perspective or in terms of how the conversation is opening up and how we can have, it's not about just the academia being open to it, because there has to be a practical approach. And I've also been fortunate to be associated with LUMS as one of their board members now. And also look at it from a business leadership perspective. So the challenge is the supply and demand gap is wide, and the skills that are coming out, they're not being absorbed, because in the academia, and I'm sorry to say, but in the academic circles, the realization of what is next in terms of the 4th industrial revolution, which is taking place, that's what we were talking about. What more can be done, and what is ACCA doing in that regard?
Thank you very much, Fatma. First of all, that's a brilliant question that's been asked, and a very good response from our honorable panelists. Look, the world is changing. ACCA is doing a lot. I mean, these kind of initiatives, I must congratulate the entire team, especially Sajid, Harun, Asad, Shahid, everyone here. This is the 2nd year of PLC. What we have discussed today, upcoming technologies, blockchain, big data, artificial intelligence, CPAC. Now let's combine these 2. Let's have a look at the future. Inshallah, CPAC will be completed. The trade opens up. Initially, China is, then the regional and global. Going from here, blockchain taking shape already in China, maybe cryptocurrency also taking shape. So the goods would be transported from here, and the contracts would be done in blockchain somewhere else, and the payments are being made in cryptocurrency somewhere else. Are we prepared for that? We don't even have any regulation or law about that. We don't even have a recognition of that in our legislation. That's the first thing we need to do. My friend here was saying, yes, the government has done a bit, and general perception is that maybe they left it to check the private sector. My own interaction, I've been part of a few research studies, and by interaction with the government functionaries and a few parliamentarians I'm advisor to, Daud Saab also gave a hint of that. A large part of the policy making is being given to China, perhaps because they have better experiences and to gain from their experiences. But we need to have a Pakistani perspective here. Look, this is a project not just for Pakistan. China is also gaining a lot from this, economically, strategically, and in many other ways. Once we realize that, we would be in a better position to understand how we can make it even more beneficial from a Pakistani perspective. Now, coming to actual core of your question, some of our top-notch academic institutions have started setting up the decks. But what we need to do is bring in the actual businesses, the industry, the chambers, ensure there is a collaboration. The thing we just spoke about, private-public partnership, government being a part of that. Just yesterday, I got a call from a dear friend in Dubai. I was telling them about CPAC, motivating, come to Pakistan. He said, okay, Gwadar free zone. Okay, I'll set up a business there. I'll initially test the waters. So I got a call after 15 minutes. He said, I've checked all the websites. I can't find any details about how I can go about that. Can you please check and update me? I mean, we need to ensure that there is a collaboration. Plus, we need to also ensure that government-involved bodies like ACCA, professional institutions, which are already doing a lot. It actually, on CPAC, ACCA was one of the first bodies that started. I remember we did a first program with Hamad, the head of marketing ACCA on CPAC. That was almost 2 years ago. And that was such a hit, it got 50,000 hits in 2 days. That's what I was told by Sajid. I mean, there was so much hunger in people to know about that. Then last year at PLC, Sajid said this would be one of the core agendas ACCA would be driving. Then we did a research report on it, Ayla just mentioned. Then we have this session happening. So there is a lot happening. The only thing we need to do is synergize, collaborate, and the possibilities are endless.
And create greater awareness.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have a small comment on this?
Question that was asked and the statement that was made. You know, on part of the government, what we have done is that we're trying to establish consortium of schools, you know, and we have started with the consortium of top business schools. So what we're doing is, and we've already done, MOU has been signed in Shanghai. It's top 10 business school of Pakistan, because we believe, the government believes, that the business schools are much more developed than the other sector. So top 10 business school of Pakistan are now collaborating for doing research for CPAC and Belt and Road Initiative with top 10 business school of China, and HEC is leading that aspect. So we are encouraging these sort of, you know, we're trying to make similar one for maritime sector, for the agriculture sector and other sectors. Also, we recently have we've taken an initiative, and since it's easier for us to work with HEC, because HEC in administrative term comes under Planning Commission, we are working with establishing university to university alliances. We have already established 50 from Pakistan with 50 with. Also, the Cabinet Committee on CPAC, which Mushahid Hussain Saab have directed us to establish CPAC centers in as many universities as possible. So we would through this forum, we would request any university. We have, the bigger names have those already, but any university that wants to establish, we have our Center of Excellence, which is led by Dr. Shahid. We have that agenda, and also the funding. where we could support setting up out of China center. But I, on my personal note, would say that we must, and was highlighted, we are also working on Deng Xiaoping's principle. And I keep taking, because of my stay in China, Deng Xiaoping also, when we was working on, when we were taking Chinese experts input, we were also taking their model. And Deng Xiaoping, when he was working in early 80s and later it went on, he also went with taking in, FDIs from abroad, but in Chinese characteristics. So we are also embracing the input from Chinese, but within our own characteristics. We're not, this is a sort of cross-cultural journey that we are working on. We have our own strengths and they have their own strengths, but we also have our weaknesses and they surely also have their weaknesses. So we also are doing our SWOT analysis, they are doing their SWOT analysis, and we're trying to synergize wherever possible.
I think that's very important, that we should not lose sight of our own cultural heritage and the values and ethics that we stand for as a nation as well in the process, and actually celebrate that and strengthen that through a more meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and partnership on a positive platform. So I hope this particular, we don't have any more time for any questions.
No, Fatma, sorry to cut you off. Yes, we like to accommodate one question from our online attendees.
Oh, okay.
So Ramesh Jamil is asking that, are there any threats from the particular CPEC and how can we mitigate?
Any threats?
Any threats?
I think we spoke about that, but very
Yes, if we
quickly,
can
if someone
elaborate.
can summarize.
Yes,
For me, if I prioritize the threat, the biggest challenge that we have is the negative narrative that is being built around CPEC. That's for the government and also for all the positive thinkers that are sitting here. There's a narrative being built. A lot of money is being pumped into this process, and we must be aware of this. The other is that we need to synergize and have more debates and discussion on CPEC, but we must not discuss, what is CPEC. We should now take this step further and look at the opportunities that are there. And those 12 questions have already been addressed. They are there. The answers to those are already there in my website, that is www.gov.pk. So narrative, external threat, and of course synergizing the efforts. These are the three challenges that we have, and also opportunities.
I'll fully back Dowd on this. This is a mega strategic project. Obviously, a lot of countries are collaborating, and the result is that there would be an economic shift in the situations of a lot of countries. Dowd has in a very politically correct manner, given you an indication that certain investments are being made. Without naming, if you remember, there was a project with World Bank about a certain dam, which was hugely beneficial for Pakistan. Then a similar campaign ran, and now it's been decades and decades and decades, and there has been no consensus, and it was never built. And today, Pakistan is facing water scarcity, and as per various studies, $20 to $70 billion worth of water is being wasted annually. So with regard to this project, yes, there are certain reservations. I personally believe more than actual threats, they are due to a lack of transparency and information. If there can be a synergy and private and public sector can work together and information is actually shared in a more meaningful way, there's no reason that most of these doubts cannot be alleviated. And where there is a need to make any changes, Chinese are very receptive because they also have a lot at stake. They would be very receptive to make those changes. Lastly, adding to Dowd Saab's assertions, the last thing which need to be considered is a lack of capacity. CPEC is going to happen, inshallah. We need to shore up our skill set. If we want, then somebody else will definitely come to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think just to wrap up this amazingly rich, insightful discussion from all perspectives, and I hope all of us learned significantly. And this is just the beginning. This is a journey that has just begun. We're all evolving, we're all learning. But one of the things that has not come into the conversation is the harnessing and leveraging of the women of this country, in terms of 50% being the population. And that's remarkable. It's not just the women in business. It's also the women who are working in your fields, the women who are working in the villages, working out of their homes and contributing. They don't have to come into the office, but they become not only economically empowered, but they are transforming the vision of the next generation, because they are focusing on their education, they're focusing on giving them a direction in such a way that transforms our future. And our future is our legacy, which we are going to leave through our children. So it's very important in the CPEC conversation to have education, health, and women development as part of the conversation, and it is already happening. So you had one final comment before we show a video that Daud Saab had requested to show. I do apologize, that was supposed to be shown right at the beginning, but it'll be a nice way to wrap up this discussion. Ayla.
Just a quick one. I think, like we know, the global population, half of the 50% women, same goes for Pakistan. How CPEC will sort of benefit women participation through digital and financial inclusion. I think that has created such a phenomenal sort of base, and financial services, I know they are going to perhaps eat up some of the work that local companies are doing. Local companies need to collaborate with them, but it will provide phenomenal opportunity. These women, these people sitting in, men and women both sitting in rural areas who are not financially included in the formal economy, I think they get to benefit from it massively.
Yes, and one comment on that from the angle of diversity को celebrate करने के लिए tolerance चाहिए, and tolerance and compassion and the respect and dignity that each, whether you're Chinese, whether you're Pakistani, whether you belong to a certain ethnic background, whether you belong to a certain religion, that is the way we collaborate to move forward. So celebrate the diversity in its actual form and give it the dignity and respect. And then you rise to a great nation. So on that note, can we show the video that Daud Saab has requested? Thank you.
From the mountains of Pamir to the coast of Makran, a new sun is rising across Pakistan, inspiring a wave of positive change for its people, connecting all corners of the country to the world. Welcome to a progressive, economically stable Pakistan, emerging as a regional hub of trade and commerce. The historic China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has ushered a new era of economic cooperation. The framework of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, or CPEC, consists of four principal sectors: energy, infrastructure comprising road and rail development, industrial cooperation, and Gwadar, the future trading hub of the region. Tapping into the unutilized natural coal reserves of Pakistan for the first time ever, the CPEC energy projects worth $35 billion will provide cheap and efficient electricity to millions of local consumers. with the establishment of several environmentally sensitive, supercritical technology coal power plants across Pakistan. However, the CPEC energy vision also remains focused on all sources of renewable energy, already adding 10,000 megawatts to the national grid in 4 years. CPEC energy projects have put Pakistan on the path to energy self-reliance. The CPEC infrastructure projects connect the Khunjara Pass to Gwadar Port. In the eastern corridor through the upgrade of the motorway network, as well as the ML1 and the ML2 railway lines. And in the western corridor connecting DI Khan and Quetta to Gwadar, bringing new opportunities for progress all along the way to the people of Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The massive CPEC investment has set the stage for turning Gwadar, the second largest deep sea port in the world, into the next global trade and commerce destination. With the Smart Port City plan, which will turn it into a modern metropolis with world-class amenities, beginning a new era of well-being for the people of Gwadar. With the CPEC industrial cooperation projects initiated all across Pakistan, these economic and industrial zones will be open to any business, local or international. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor will connect Pakistan to the entire world as a part of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative.
CPAC does not compete with anyone. CPAC creates a platform which will bring countries together. CPAC envisages a shared vision of prosperity for everyone.
The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is a game changer for Pakistan and for the entire region, strengthening the time-tested partnership of Pakistan and China more than ever before. Pakistan is rising, being recognized as one of the largest emerging markets around the globe, en route to Vision 2025, to become one of the top 25 economies in the world, opening doors to cutting-edge technology and innovation, and taking giant leaps in human development. We are proud to invite the world to the Pakistan of the future, and that future is now.
Thank you so much, respected panel. And since we were talking about inclusion, there is another very exciting video that we would like to share about Turkey's story. So we had Engro share this particular video with us. So we are going to share that. We played it at the Pakistan Leadership Conversation in Karachi as well. So we'd like to see that as well. And whilst we are getting the video to play, I think I'll quickly like to wrap up or just highlight some of the key discussions that took place. We spoke about, yes, undeniably, there is going to be an economic boom. There's going to be a lot of opportunities that is going to sprout out, especially for the e-commerce when we're taking. And I really liked when Ayla also spoke about that we also need to see that what are the Chinese doing as well. So this is technically like areas of growth for Pakistan as well, and where we can contribute for an emerging Pakistan as well. I think the video. Okay, so we'll start off. Whilst we are getting the video to play, I would like all of you to please thank the respected panel. Thank you so much, Fatima Asad Said, for moderating the panel as well. I'd like to call up on the stage Sajid Aslam, the head of ACCA Pakistan, and Asad Hamid, the head of markets for ACCA Pakistan, and Mohammad Shahid Khan, the head of business development for the central region. Yes. So we like to give the first memento to our keynote speaker and guest of honor, Ayla Majid, the CEO of Camco and ACCA Global Council member. I know the energy levels have gone down, but we can give her a round of applause. Thank you. Ms. Fatma Asad Said, the Regional Director, Abacus Consulting, for being the moderator. And what an able moderator. We really enjoyed your session, Fatma. Thank you so much. Both you and Ayla have collectively brought diversity to both the panels that we have had. So we were speaking about 50% women empowerment. There you go. Mr. Hassan Daudbert, the project director, CPEC, Ministry of Planning and Development. Thank you so much, Hassan Saab. He's come all the way from Islamabad. And I do know for a fact that he runs a pretty back-to-back schedule, meeting people and speaking at conferences. Thank you so much, Hassan Saab. Our very own Mr. Umar Zahir Mir, Senior Partner at MLCC. Thank you so much for the deliberations and the positive ray of hope that you have shown us, Umar Saab. And Hassan Khawer, Honorable Fellow at Consortium for Development Policy Research. Thank you so much, Hassan, for your inputs. And the two respected panels, Jahazeb Burana, the CEO of PBIT, and Monis Rahman, the Chairman, CEO, and founder at Naseeb Networks. Give them also a huge round of applause. We took their group photographs right towards the end. If the panel can please join us together for a group photograph. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm now I'm now quickly moving on. Can we see the video now? Yes, the video now? Okay.
आप इस वक्त थर में हैं। ये थर जो है, जो प्रोजेक्ट पे जिस पे काम हो रहा है, ये दो कंपनियों का प्रोजेक्ट है, सिंध एंग्रो कोल माइनिंग कंपनी और एंग्रो पावर जेन थर लिमिटेड। हमने जो 1980s में जो ख्वाब देखा था, जो हमें इधर कोयला मिला था, जिस पे हम इतना अर्सा तक बैठ के इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, सोच रहे थे कि अब ये कब ये होगा, अल्लाह ताला ने आज हमें इस बात का मौका दिया है कि हम इस प्रोजेक्ट को हम लोगों ने स्टार्ट कर दिया है। ये प्रोजेक्ट जो है इंशाल्लाह जून ऑफ 2019 में इंशाल्लाह इस प्रोजेक्ट को हम कंप्लीट करेंगे। 660 मेगावाट होगा और उसके बाद हमारा इरादा है कि 2020 से हर साल हम इसी प्रोजेक्ट पे 660 मेगावाट स्टार्ट करेंगे। ये कोयला जो है इन्हीं गरीब लोगों के कदमों के नीचे से निकला है और जब तक कि हम इन गरीब लोगों का ख्याल नहीं रखेंगे और इन्हीं लोगों के जिनके पैरों के नीचे से ये कोयला निकला, अगर हम इनको इसका फ़ायदा नहीं पहुंचाएंगे, यकीन जानिए पाकिस्तान को इसका कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होगा जब तक इन लोगों को फ़ायदा नहीं होगा। हम यहाँ पे गांव शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, हम यहाँ पर अस्पतालें बना रहे हैं, हमें यहाँ पे स्कूल बनाने हैं। हमारा बहुत बड़ा प्लान है इधर। हम इसको एक मॉडल प्रोजेक्ट बनाना चाहते हैं ताकि पाकिस्तान में जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट बने इसको देखकर बनाए जाएं। मैकेनिकल डिपार्टमेंट में कोर्स कयो 1 ईयर जो हुतां खां पोइ आई हींअर हाणे फारिग थी खां पोइ हाणे मूंखे जॉब ॾींदा कंपनी इंग्रो में हुते वञी कमु
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And I know for a fact that we're struggling on time, but we're accommodating all of our speakers, and we're really honored and really thankful to all the speakers who have been waiting. I'd like to call Mr. Fawad Ikram, the business head of Kansai Paint. Fawad, so thank you so much for being here. Kansai is our strategic partner for today's Pakistan leadership conversation and also the two that we have had in Karachi and Islamabad. Thank you so much, Fawad. Thank you. We can give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. I know it's late for lunch as well. I won't take much of your time, 5 minutes, maybe less. Just bear with me. So what I'll do is I'll take this opportunity to explain a little about Kansai Paint and what we are doing in Pakistan and the role that we are trying to play in the emerging Pakistan. So Kansai Paint is almost a 100 years old paint company. Almost, it will be 100 years later this year. This does not make us irrelevant in this day and age. We are still among the top 10 paint and coating manufacturers in the world, having operations in more than 48 countries. In Pakistan as well, we have been operating here for the last 25 years, having unbroken partnerships with the automotive sector. This is the sector that we are the leading paint suppliers to, the automotive sector. Now, going forward a little, we at Kansai Pakistan are honored and feel much fortunate to be one of very few very few greenfield operations that Kansai started outside Japan. And this speaks like a testament to the potential and the resourcefulness that our nation and our country has and how people view it. So over the years, Kansai in Pakistan has not only made investments financially, but I think more significantly, we have been part of our technology transfer, whereby now Kansai Pakistan is the only company in Pakistan and one of very few companies in the world who has the access to the latest automotive paint technology as well as other developments related to paints and coatings. And today, Kansai Pakistan is leading the local industry in introducing products and services which help protect assets and save lives when it comes to industries, roads, infrastructure, automobiles, and your homes as well. Perhaps the most important contribution I would like to mention that Kansai Pakistan has made to emerging Pakistan is to provide a showcase for the immense talent pool that we have in Pakistan in terms of young, energetic, and very, very capable resources, the human resource that we have, in terms of projecting them outside Pakistan and giving them a platform to work on. And today, I can very proudly say that most of the people working in leading roles across the Kansai global network come from Pakistan. So I would say that, this probably has been one of the very, very significant achievements that Kansai has made. Towards the end, I'm cutting it short really in the interest of time. I consider myself very lucky and fortunate to be part of these changing times in Pakistan, because we do see a lot of, and we have talked all day about all the great opportunities that are coming our way. And we at Kansai feel passionate to be part of all the opportunities that are coming. At the same time, we remain conscious of the fact that the future changes will be more rapid, more impactful, and more disruptive than we have ever seen in the history of mankind. And already we are seeing old job roles becoming redundant or new job roles being created. And there's a question that I ask in the interviews whenever I'm interviewing a candidate, and the last question I usually ask is that how do you see people coming to work in 50 years time? And I get a lot of interesting answers depending on the person's creativity. Some say that people will fly to work. Some say that people will be working from home. Some say that we'll be using water as fuel, etc. But the thing is that all of the things that they mention are already happening, or it's work in progress. So it's not 50 years down the line. Maybe we'll see people flying to work in 10 years time, 15 years time, 5 years time, who knows? So the answer that I can come up with is that you can never really predict what the future will hold or what the future will be really like. What the best we can do is to keep an open mind and to always be prepared, to always be learning and to see whatever comes our way in the future, we are able to capitalize on this. And just a couple of things at the end. We were talking about data a lot in the first session of the day and how it will impact, our traditional industries. So Again, it gives me a bit of a pride to say that Kansai Paint Pakistan is probably the first paint company in Pakistan who has a dedicated data analytics center, whereby we are monitoring consumer behavior, and very soon we'll be progressing on other stages as well, where forecasting and predicting consumer behavior part will also come. And last remark would probably be a food for thought before lunch, and this was all related to the first panel discussion that we had about data and privacy and everything. So I came across this statement just yesterday, and I thought that I could share it on this forum. So the quotation goes, if you're not paying for a product or a service, then you are a product. So just a food of thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fawad, for that. And whilst we were also discussing earlier in the day and even during the later part of the panel discussion, that industry academia linkage is going to be key. And when I call to, when I'm asked to call the next speaker on the rostrum, it gives me immense pleasure that industry academia linkages only come with somebody who acts as an inspiration and somebody who actually believes in providing an equal footing of education, and especially education that's transnational. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the ever-inspiring Faisal Mushtaq Saab Tamga Imtiaz, the CEO of the Millennium University College.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. इस टाइम तो मेरी बीवी नहीं मुझे सुनेगी. आप लोगों की हिम्मत है. I would like to thank ACCA Pakistan. So I would like to thank ACCA Pakistan again for an amazing, outstanding Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2018. And on this behalf, a lot has been talked about. I'm going to give you a different perspective. Pehli cheez hai, a lot of people, Madam, the dynamic moderator, you are leaving from Abacus. Are you leaving? Yeah, just a few words for you, if you give us another 2 minutes. The most important thing, organizations like ACCA, they're talking about the global impact of accountants and the values and the ethics proposition. Hassan Saab is talking about the CPEC value proposition. Military is talking about strategic impact on the Pakistan's national security. Economists are talking about their indexes. Social development organizations are talking about HDIs. But do you really know that recently there was the Global World Happiness Index? And in the Global World Happiness Index, out of the 156 countries, 156 mamalik ki happiness ki muwazna kiya gaya. And you'll be pleased to know that Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Urdu mein kehte hain Mamlakat-e Riyasat-e Khudadad-e Falahi Pakistan, 156 mamalik mein hamara number 75 hai. Matlab ke out of 156 countries, so we are 74 is Turkey and 76 is Hong Kong. So as a nation, you and I, irrespective of the compulsions, lack of opportunities, missing links, CPAC, lack of regulatory and policy regimes. So we are happier than the Chinese, than the Indians, than the Iranians, and then the people living in Hong Kong. Taaliyan bajaye, khushi ke liye. So tension ki koi baat nahi hai. Itni mushkil baatein sun ke ghabraye mat. And point number 2 is that CPEC is an oversold neighboring brand. CPEC should be the brand Pakistan. You know, there's an overindulgence. Aap thodi baat karo na, izzat hoti hai. Zyada flirt karo, ladki chhod ke chali jati hai. You know, too much of indulgence of CPEC in Pakistan. To you and to ACCA and the industry, CPEC should mean Citizens of Pakistan Entrepreneurship Corridor. Iski definition change kare. Ye aapki opportunity hai. Next point, neighborhood. Neighborhood is like a community. Aap Lahore DHA mein rehte ho, aapke bhi hamsaye hain. Neighborhood to har jagah hoti hai. But Pakistan has some interesting neighbors. पाकिस्तान के बारे में जोक है, यूएस गवर्नमेंट कहती है, Pakistan, no neighbor is happy from you. And the US State Department usually says that. And his rhetoric is also followed by other. And they say, why no neighbor is happy with you? They say, Pakistan, you only have one neighbor who is happy with you. And that is called the fish in the Arabian Sea. Rest, you have done pangas with everyone. So whether it is an economic strategic corridor with China, कल को ईरान के साथ भी तो आपकी गैस पाइपलाइन है, टापी भी तो है, ये इकोनॉमिक राहदारी जो है, ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कॉरिडोर, सोशल कॉरिडोर, प्रॉस्पेरिटी कॉरिडोर, ये सारे नेबरहुड के साथ खुलना है. रशिया भी आएगा, सेंट्रल एशियन स्टेट्स भी आएंगी. So my point is that of course CPEC is strategic. I mean, you know, I am a beneficiary of CPEC. I mean, as part of the initiative, I'm the largest provider of Chinese language. Other point is, whatever you guys wish to do, kindly link it around not just the CPEC corridor, but also the GT Road corridor and also the what you call it, the motorways corridor in Pakistan, because Pakistan's economy is totally going to be based on infrastructure economy. And in Chinese में कहावत है, if you want to be rich, build roads. ताकि आपका मंडी से मार्केट तक या फसल का मार्केट तक रास्ता कम हो. So चीनी कहावत, if you want to be rich, build roads. What is Pakistan is good at is roads. CPEC, part of OBOR, one road, motorways apna, another road, and GT road is another road from Gwadar to Gilgit. Now coming back to ACCA. So ACCA is all about the choice that you make, the chance that you take, and the change that you create. Choice, chance, and change. ठीक है जी, ये वो लोग समझेंगे जिन्होंने लव मैरिजेस की हैं, जिनकी अरेंज्ड हुई हैं, I feel sorry for them. The choices that you make, the chances that you take, and the change that you create. ठीक है जी? And then I always say the only thing which is constant is change. And change is going to happen. And this great organization, ACCA, has been at the strategic forefront of change. ACCA is the single common denominator for building that academia-industry linkage. A lot of business schools, a lot of organizations talk about incubation, they talk about industry-academia partnerships, collaborations, equity and inclusion, and so on and so forth. But actually, they haven't opened up the dictionary. They don't know. ACCA, to me, is a single common organization in Pakistan which is strategically invested in symposiums and conversations. Ye sari kahani we learn from ACCA that, you know, being an accountant and creating that social value is not a destination. It is a conversation. It is a journey. Ye Sajid Saab ki, ye Ayla ke dialogues hai, humne chori ki hain. So I wish to congratulate ACCA Pakistan and all the industry leaders and academic partners. You know, academic partners, you are the academic partners को तो भूल ही जाते हैं लोग. आपकी स्टोरी ये है कि बच्चा पैदा हुआ, सारे दोस्त जो है हस्बैंड को मुबारकबाद दे रहे, मुबारक को, तुम्हारा बेटा पैदा हुआ, मुबारक को. वो माँ ने पैदा किया है, उसको भी तो पूछो. हमारे माशरे में उसको पूछता ही नहीं है. तो जो टीचिंग एंड लर्निंग सेंटर्स एंड पार्टनर्स हैं, आपका माँ का रोल है. You are the forefront of academic delivery, and without you and I, ACCA का माथे का क्या कहते हैं, झूमर नहीं बन सकते. So great going ACCA. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Faisal Saab, if we can quickly bug you for a quick memento as well, I'd like to call up on the stage Hamad Azim, the head of marketing, Sajid Aslam, the head of ACCA Pakistan, and Haroon Ahmed Jan, the head of member affairs. If you could, and Ayla Majid, the ACCA Global Council member. If you could please quickly join us to give the mementos to our strategic partners. So starting off with TMUC, the Millennium University College. Give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Mr. Fawad Ikram, the business head, Kenzai Paint. Thank you so much, Fawad. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Fawad Ikram, business head, Kenzai Paint. And Mr. Imran Mufti, the head of sales for A-Team. Thank Thank you so much, Imran. You've been here since morning. We appreciate you coming. And whilst we are also giving the mementos, I also have a small pointer from SECP who are supporting the Pakistan leadership conversation. Ms. Sidra Mansoor, who is a joint registrar at the SECP's Corporization and Compliance Department, is here, and she is available for any questions or queries you have with regards to the Jama Punji. Yes, thank you so much. So with regards to the Jama Punji education program, so please be on the lookout for Ms. Sidra Mansoor. Now, to close and to formally close today's discussion, I would like to call Asad Hamid Khan, Market Head Business Development for ACCA Pakistan, to formally close the Pakistan leadership conversation.
Thank you much, Noor. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a fantastic audience today, I must say. And the conversation that we have had today has been absolutely enriching. I'd also like to thank not just the audience that is present over here, but also that is present online with us through webinar. Audience has joined us from 15 countries, and they have been absolutely fantastic, just like yourself, for all the editions of Pakistan Leadership Conversation, starting with Islamabad, going to Karachi, and then the final edition here in Lahore. It has been, I would say, quite a remarkable journey, hearing all the conversation leaders, the regulators, the thought leaders, and personally, I would say, what has been inspiring has been the questions, the dialogue that the audience has managed to engage with all the panelists and really take value for all the people who are sitting over there. Before I proceed with the formal closing remarks, I'd like to thank all our partners, without which it would not have been possible to engage you as a fantastic audience, the conversation leaders, in 6 very enriching sessions across 3 cities over a space of just, I would say, 4 working days. We started off with Islamabad, then moved to Karachi, and today here in Lahore. I would especially like to thank the supporting partners that we have had, who have shown a lot of faith and endorsed the agenda in terms of policy that ACCA picked up for engaging people who were experts in that area and taking that knowledge, passing that on to the wider audience. In particular, the Board of Investment, for the Competition Commission of Pakistan, for the Punjab Board of Investment and Trade, for ICMA Pakistan, for Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan Investor Awareness Program, Jama Punji, the organization of Investor Chamber, the Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Pakistan Business Council, the Pakistan Stock Exchange, and Nutshell, who has been a fantastic knowledge partner overall. And also for all the strategic partners for making sure that we are able to bring this fantastic conversation to you all, and you know all the other partners that we have. So there have been quite a few of takeaways. I would really request you all to watch the digital space and the news space in the coming days. Please, whatever you want to comment about the Pakistan Leadership Conversation, please use hashtag PLC 2018. That will help us connect to your comments. Be very candid in terms of what you feel we could have done better in terms of creating the dialogue, creating the questions, bringing the information to you. And last but not the least, I'd just like to take you a bit into our journey over the last 4 days. Today, the sessions that you've seen, the race for relevance, leveraging on the social, mobile, cloud, and artificial intelligence from a talent needs context and perspective, and CPEC Belt and Road Initiative, are we ready to ride the wave of growth? But before this, the other three sessions that have been very, very engaging in Islamabad as well as in Karachi have been embracing digital age, financial inclusion and ethics. How do we respond? Innovation and risk management, how to support the startup culture, capital market ecosystem, reviving value creation models. Why all these topics were thought, as you can see from the backdrop, it's all about forming a collective vision for an emerging Pakistan, and all these components and constituents are absolutely necessary for us to work on and make sure that we put our 2 cents, each one of us. Sajid, at the start of the day, used the word uh, circle of influence. I think each one of us has a circle of influence, and we must try and integrate that. It's no more an isolated, standalone, one-off the world that we are living in. So we must be able to connect with each other. This is what ACC is really proud of. We have a great tagline which we live every day. It's called Think Ahead. And at the same time, you must have seen from the Belt and Road and CPEC initiative that it's a lot about connecting markets and connecting talent across the globe. So without further ado, I'd thank you once again for being wonderful in terms of your patience and listening to this great debate, and look forward to welcoming you all to our next edition, the Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2019. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Asad. And I'm being told that just so that everybody gets a lunch, we have to say emerging Pakistan. So agar sab milke mere saath emerging Pakistan ka ek nara laga le, that'll be great before I officially close. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, emerging. Fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Oops.
I just want to thank Sajid, Harun, Noor, and Shahid, Hamad, and all the ACCA team. I think it is because of all of you that we have these wonderful conversations. So really, this PLC is a flagship of ACCA Pakistan team, and you guys are doing amazing work. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have lunch outside in the pool side, so please proceed to lunch. Thank you so much, and Allah Hafiz.